Yes, do sit down. Yes, Ms Hager.
Commissioner, over the last few days, we've heard stories regarding anti-Semitism and its impacts across a range of areas in public spaces, schools and universities and in the aged care sector. Today, we'll be hearing some evidence about the impact of anti-Semitism in the workplace and on people's livelihoods, followed by some evidence about anti-Semitism in sport. And we'll also have Jillian Segal, the Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism, giving evidence later this afternoon. The first witnesses I will call today will be giving evidence about Lewis's Continental Kitchen in Bondi, which of course was burnt down in 2024. There are pending criminal proceedings in relation to that matter, and for that reason, while the Commission will hear some of their evidence publicly, at a certain point, I will be asking that the Commission moves into a closed session so as to avoid any potential adverse impact on those criminal proceedings.
Yes, thank you, Ms Hager.
I now call Judith and Karyn Lewis, who are present here in the hearing room.
Madam, together. Oh.
You swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Could I ask that you each state your full name, please?
I'm Judith Lewis.
Karyn Rebecca Lewis Berman.
And is it all right if I address you both by your first name today?
Please do.
Judith, you've prepared a statement dated 5th of May 2026, is that right? And do you have a copy of that statement there with you?
do.
And is that statement still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
I tender that statement. It is stat 8999.005.3.001_R.
Yes, Judith Lewis's statement will be Exhibit 1.51.
And Karyn, you've also prepared a statement for the purposes of today.
Yes, I have.
And it's dated 7th of May 2026, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And is that statement still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
And do you have a copy of that statement there with you as well?
Yes, I do.
That statement does not yet have a doc ID number, but I will tender it.
Yes, well, it will be received, notwithstanding the absence of a doc ID, as Exhibit 1.52.
Judith, if I could ask you some questions first. You are a grandmother, a mother, an aunt, and a cousin to a large Jewish family.
And now a great-grandmother.
And now a great-grandmother.
Just last week.
Congratulations. You're also the managing director of Lewis's Continental Kitchen.
I am.
Is it okay if I refer to that as Lewis's?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Can I refer to that as Lewis's?
Yes,
It was established in 1970, is that right?
it was.
By you and your husband together with your parents?
Yes.
And you gave the family name to the business.
Pardon?
You gave the family name to the business.
Yes.
And you've worked in the business since it was first established in 1970, is that right? And over the years, Lewis's has operated as an eat-in and takeaway restaurant as well as a catering business, is that right?
It started off as a catering business and then it operated, yes.
Yes. And it was situated on Lewis Street in Bondi.
It is. Was.
It was.
Was.
Which is a very busy intersection in Bondi, is that right?
Very busy.
And it stayed at that address for over 50 years.
54 years.
54 years. And Karyn, you are Judith's daughter.
That's correct.
And you worked at Lewis's for close to 40 years, is that right?
That's right.
You and your siblings spent a lot of your childhood at the business, is that
Yes,
right?
That's correct. Yes.
Can you tell us about some of those memories you have spending there with your siblings?
Oh, yes. We used to ride our bikes down. My brother's disabled, so he would come down with mum or dad, or we would push him in a stroller and go down there and spend time with dad and mum while they were working, or come after school and have afternoon tea with them and then go home. So, yeah, it was very different. Yeah.
And you work.
And we worked with, well, every Sunday, one of us would work with dad. So he'd teach us how to be able to talk to customers, handle money, and just generally, live in the workforce without being, just have fun doing that, learning.
And the family.
So, yeah, no, it's
Cousins.
good. All the cousins did it as well. Then all our children's did it as well. So it's been very much a very multi-generational learning experience, which has been amazing.
And Karyn, over the years, Lewis's has advertised itself as a kosher food specialist, is
Yeah.
that right?
That's correct.
And for those who might not know, who are watching, what is kosher food?
Kosher food is normal food, everyday food, but we watch what we eat. We don't have any shellfish. We don't have anything from the animal or the pig. There's certain parts that we follow by the Kosher Authority to make sure that the food is 100% correct. So then when we cook it and make sure it's able to be fit for anybody that's Jewish, and anybody that's not Jewish, they can eat it as well without any problem. So you could sit there and have a chicken or whatever you want. It's exactly the same. It's just slightly different. Same, but different.
And again, for those who might not know, why is it important to some members of the Jewish community to eat food in that way?
It's tradition, as well as the dietary laws are very particular on how things are eaten, and we like to follow them. It's the way it is.
Sorry, Pop. Can I just say something?
Judith, of course, please
we
add.
follow the kasher, it's kasher, which is the noun, because it's written in our Torah in Leviticus that we should eat according to those rules. So it's 5,000 years old, and people follow it, and it's a very healthy way to eat.
And Karyn, there were also many non-Jewish members of the community who came to Lewis's,
Yes,
is that right?
totally. Yeah, very much so.
And I understand the beef and chicken burgers were really
They
popular.
were really good, yeah.
And Lewis's was the first kosher takeaway restaurant in Sydney.
Yeah, well, it was just the takeaway at the time. And I believe in 1970, the only takeaway there was the local milk bar. So we were virtually the very first takeaway of anything.
And even now, are there many kosher takeaways in Sydney?
I think there's one.
No, I think there's a couple more.
Couple more?
A couple
Yeah.
more now.
It's very limited.
Yeah. And in your view, I'll ask you, Judith, in your view, how important was Lewis's to the Jewish and non-Jewish community?
A lot of people came and met there and were able to sit and eat and then see other people there. It was a communal centre. And people generally buy takeaway food, and that was removed from them. So now I think there's two others. So it's really as restricted the flexibility for people to eat like normal other non-Jewish people. And for us, it's devastating because we're not seeing all our friends, because the customers very much became our friends.
And Judith, over the years, the business expanded to cater for airlines and hospitals and jails as well. Is that right?
Yes, we have, and fine dining.
And
Yes.
fine dining.
Yes.
I now, at this point, Commissioner, will ask that we move into a closed session.
Yes. Well, we will do that. I'm sure members of the public gallery can understand that it's very important we don't prejudice any criminal proceedings. If I can ask you to leave the commission briefly, I won't adjourn because it just takes up too much time.
And
Thank
I'll
you.
also ask, of course, that the live stream now be disabled and that the streaming into the public area in the foyer is also disabled. Commissioner, we'll now set about reopening
Yes,
the hearing room.
yes, indeed, and re-establishing the live link.
That's correct, as well as the link in the foyer. And the next witness I'm calling is Stephanie Cunio, who will be present here in the hearing room.
Ms Cunio?
No Bible.
And since you declare that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do. Thanks.
Could you please state your full name?
Yeah, Stephanie Cunio.
And your address is known to the Commission. You've prepared a statement dated the 1st of May 2026, correct?
Yes,
And do you have a copy of that statement there with you?
I do.
And is it still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and
It is.
belief?
Thank you. Yes.
I tender that statement, which has doc ID stat 8999.0044.0001_R.
Yes, that will be received as Exhibit 1.53.
Ms Cunio, you live in Sydney, correct?
I do.
And you've described yourself in your statement as a Sephardi and Mizrahi Jew. Is that
Yes,
right?
that is right.
And you've also set out that the Sephardi and Mizrahi Jews share core religious beliefs and traditions with Ashkenazi Jews. Is that
Absolutely.
correct?
Yes,
But they're geographically and culturally distinct. Is that right?
that's correct. Yes.
And their languages, customs and identity as communities has adapted to the diaspora countries that they migrated to. Is that right?
I think like all migrants, yes.
Yes. And so you've explained that the Sephardi Jews broadly refers to the area of Spain. Is that right?
Yeah.
Portugal as well?
Yes. For my family, Spain, yes.
For your family, Spain. And the Mizrahi have a Middle Eastern ancestry, is that right?
Yes. So generally Iran, Iraq, for my family, Iraq.
Okay. And the Ashkenazi refers to Jews mostly from Central and Eastern Europe, is that right?
It's my understanding, yes.
And you tell us a little bit about your family history. Your ancestors lived in Israel, Palestine, and after that, Spain, Turkey, Iraq, and Hong Kong.
Yes, and then China and Myanmar.
Yes. So your mother was born in Myanmar,
Yes.
and your father was born in Shanghai.
Yes.
And did they both identify as Sephardi and Mizrahi?
They did, yes, and they both had ancestry to Baghdad.
And your parents separately migrated to Australia at a certain
Yes,
point?
they met here. Yeah.
And they met at a Jewish dance in Bondi.
They met at a Jewish dance and they had a softly arranged marriage.
Okay. And you grew up in Bondi?
I did.
And around that time, during your childhood, Bondi was what you considered a working class suburb?
Oh, very much so.
So we're talking about the 70s and the 80s?
Yes, yeah.
And you say it was a mixture of Jewish, Maori, Pacific Islander and Russian immigrants?
Yeah, as well as Anglo-Australians. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Now, you currently work for a trade union as an organising and campaigns manager, correct?
Yes.
And I'll come back to ask you a few more questions about your experiences in the workplace shortly. Did you experience much anti-Semitism growing up or racism?
I experienced more racism than anti-Semitism. So as I said in my statement, because of the colour of my skin in the 70s and the 80s, I was quite dark. Now I'm, mid-range dark. So there was a lot of racism, wog, darky, just jokes about the colour of your skin, about the food, all that kind of stuff. I recall very much trying to paint freckles on my skin, so I look like the fair kids. And yeah, so a lot of that, whereas my Jewish friends that were more fairer, but, more visibly Jewish, they copped the anti-Semitism.
And in your view, was there much cultural awareness at that time of the Sephardi or Mizrahi Jews?
In my world, because that was the world I grew up in, but no, not in the wider world. Right? There were just the stereotypes of a fair Jew with a long nose and money, and they were the stereotypes that were thrown around.
Your uncle was a founding member of the first Sephardi synagogue in
He was,
1962.
yes.
That was in Woollahra.
Yes, still there.
You describe in your statement how throughout your 20s you learned about the history of Israel and Palestine and the conflicts in that region. Is that right?
That is, yes.
And for your part, you became concerned about the actions of the State of Israel in relation to Palestine.
I did.
And you joined what you describe as the Sydney Jewish Left.
Yes, that's what it was called.
And around this time, so we're now talking more than 1990s, is that
Yeah,
right?
that's right. Late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah. Did you experience what you describe as anti-Semitism or racism around that time?
No, I didn't at that time.
Okay. At what point did you start to notice anti-Semitism as a presence in your life?
Look, I would say it's peripherally present in the sense that, there were, throughout my childhood and young adulthood, there were incidents with desecration of synagogues, for example, and there were, public incidents that you notice, but they were intermittent and mainly I noticed them through the media. But for me, it became present after October 7th, 2023.
And so can you describe for us what your experiences of anti-Semitism were after October 7?
That's a big question. I'll try and narrow it down. So I work in progressive organisations. I've been 3 decades in the trade union movement and a decade in the climate justice space. And so my immediate experiences were a denial of what had happened on 7th of October 2023. And what I call my comrades, the people who are my people, that I've spent decades with, leapt straight to a concern which I shared about Netanyahu's retaliation, what that would be like, and what that would be like for the people of Gaza. So I shared that concern that they shared, but I felt completely gaslit by there were no words, there was no compassion. I could count on one hand the sisters, and brothers that reached out to me and said, "Are you okay?" So that was the immediate experience was feeling gaslit.
And
Yeah.
you, on the 8th of October, you founded a group called Jewish Women for Peace. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's an online community of Australian Jewish women, correct?
Yes.
And their position is to call for a ceasefire in Gaza, the return of Israeli hostages, and a just peace for all in Israel and Palestine. Is that right?
That was the mission. It's slightly altered with the so-called ceasefire now.
All right. From paragraph 20 of your statement, you recount some incidents of anti-Semitism, both in unions and in your capacity as a member and board member of a climate and environmental non-government organisation. And you've described the substance of these incidents as being that people conflated your being Jewish with you being somehow responsible for the actions of the Israeli government. Is that right?
Yes, it's complicated, but that's kind of how it felt. There was a strong pressure to denounce completely the existence of Israel and to take the settler colonial view of the conflict, which I don't completely disagree with, but as a person of Sephardi Mizrahi descent, Israel is my ancestral lands as well. So if in those in all of those relationships, bar, I'd say, mainly the most senior and seasoned people who can see the complexity, the issue was to be a good Jew. And they kept saying to me, oh, but we work with Jews all the time and we've got great Jews. And the Jews they were working with were Jews that said they had hardcore anti-Zionist beliefs that, said Israel should not exist and that don't see Israel as our ancestral homeland. So if I wasn't taking that position, I was cancelled and gaslit.
And from 2019 to early this year, you worked in a different union to where you currently work, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And at paragraph 21, you refer to some of the emails you received from staff in that former union that you worked for. Can you describe some of those emails and the impact they had on you?
I don't actually have them because I've left that job, but the substance of them was the way Israel is described. And so I say in my statement that for me, when I think about Israel, I think about the beauty of the country, I think about the old city, I think about civil society and all the good people, Israeli, Palestinians, others working for a world of equality. I think about friends and family there. And yes, the regime, but that's not all of it. And so in these emails, just like the stickers I pass on the way to work, the word Israel is used as a demonized word. And it's the way that the word Israel was used that made me feel offended, humiliated.
You describe how you went on a visit to the Victorian office of that union, and you had been warned in advance that there were a lot of what you describe as anti-Israel posters
Yes.
on the wall. And how did you deal with that situation?
Well, I asked a junior staff member who I managed to kind of look at the route that I had to make to the room I was going into, because it wasn't long after October 7th. It was very heightened. And, they were able to tell me how many posters they were and, tell me the best way to go. And when I got there, again, I have no problem with messaging that says Free Palestine. That's messaging I completely agree with. It was the way that Israel was spoken about. In those, Israel is used very, I guess I would say, casually and carelessly. And so I found that really hard. But I do want to say that if I'm a Palestinian Australian and I see the word Israel, I am going to think about the regime. I'm going to think about the Nubka of 1948. I'm going to think about the settler violence in the West Bank, and I'm going to think about the Gaza war. And I completely understand that a Palestinian Australian will think about Israel in that way, and I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with, people that are not from a directly affected community not being able to just be smart enough to recognise, to be compassionate to directly affected people, and to be smart enough to recognise that when I see the word Israel, I see much more than the regime. And if they describe it as the regime, if they say the Netanyahu government, then I see it as a perpetrator of violence. But if they say Israel, I see it as a country I love. That is my ancestral homeland. Does that make sense?
It does. You also describe in paragraph 23 a difficult experience you had around about early 2024 to mid 2025, passing stickers on the way to your union office. Can you describe what those were?
Yes, the office is on the edge of the inner west, and everywhere in the inner west there were these stickers. And when I say 20, I mean 20 poles of 50 stickers, and they have the Israeli flag with a cross, a cancel sign through it. And again, I part of me says, probably they're talking about the regime, but when I see the Israeli flag with that cancellation, I feel cancelled. So I feel like they're also talking about the country I love, where I have friends. And I want to say again, the civil society, people that are working so hard in that country. And I feel like they are cancelled by this movement. The people that are actually in there on the ground, Israelis and Palestinians working for a better world where everyone has equal rights, they are cancelled by those kind of, because Palestinians and Arabs and other migrants are also Israeli citizens.
From paragraph 26 of your statement, you discuss what you describe as a culturally and linguistically diverse and First Nations climate justice caucus chat group that you co-founded.
Yes.
When did you co-found that group?
So that was in 2023, maybe even late 22, way before October 7th.
And you also describe what happened in that chat group after October 7th.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, immediately it went through a chat group where we were both in solidarity, all of us as, you know, people of colour, culturally, linguistically diverse, and First Nations and Pacifica people, you know, living here on unceded Aboriginal land, working in the climate justice space. And so we'd done a retreat the year before, I think, or earlier that year, and we were following that up on actions, on climate justice actions, including further diversifying the climate justice movement. And overnight, the chat group pivoted to Palestine. And again, there was nothing on solidarity, nothing about what had happened on October 7th, nothing acknowledging that. And I was the only Jewish person in the chat group. But even if I wasn't there was no acknowledgement of that. It went straight to Israel is going to do this, Israel is going to do that. We have to prepare Israel, you know, Palestine is a climate justice issue. Again, the language that was used. So that was quite awful, and I was very overwhelmed. I was on secondment, part-time secondment at the time, and the organisation I was seconded to were very kind and generous and just, you know, gave me leave and checked on me and took really good care of me. But one of the people from, you know, the chat group reached out and said, I think this is going to get, and I think they, with goodwill, this is going to get increasingly uncomfortable for you. So, you know, it was a big, powerful thing to just exit, which I did.
And how did that make you feel, having to leave a group that you'd co-founded?
Oh, horrible. Like, I think one of the things I've reflected on so much since then is that I think Jews are often not seen as part of multicultural Australia. We're often seen as separate, we're seen as part of power structures, and we're seen as white. And I see whiteness as a system of power. The colour is sort of incidental. That's my politics is pretty evident, I think, from my statement. And so I really enjoyed being in solidarity with these people and being up there at that retreat and having the visibility of a Sephardi Mizrahi Jew as well. It was a big deal to be part of that and to work really collaboratively. So when I was effectively gaslit and, you know, felt I had to leave, because if I'd said anything about October 7th and the 1,200 people that died on October 7th, it wouldn't have gone down well. It was really heartbreaking. I think I say in my statement, it was heartbreaking, but at the same time, I could see what was happening in Gaza, and that's a bigger harm. So I want to recognise that was a bigger harm of a bigger scale going on, but I don't think that bigger harm discounts the harm I felt as an individual.
From paragraph 28, you describe how your position on the NGO board we mentioned earlier had become untenable.
Yes.
Can you describe how you reached that position?
Well, that mood that was in the climate justice chat group had kind of infected the entire space of the movement. I don't want to mention the organisation, and there was a real tension because I guess I don't want to make this an age thing because it's more complex than that, but I think there were some older people and people leading organisations who could see the complexity, and then there was a real push from the younger folks, a lot of them who are people of colour and migrants with their own stories of, you know, really bad experiences in their home countries or of racism here. So there was a real battle and tension between these two groups, and, you know, I kind of belonged to neither. I was out in the cold and I was a board member, and I knew the board was having discussions without me. It was very evident. And I got called up by a board member, and the board member said, I know this is getting very difficult for you. You know, maybe you should consider leaving. And I think back on that conversation, and it was a bit like in my younger years when I was sexually harassed. You know what to say, but the words don't come out. The words are, actually, you need to keep me safe. I'm a board member and I deserve safety and I deserve cultural safety. But at the time, I just didn't say those words. But I felt gaslit and I felt really angry. I knew the person was in a really difficult position and the board was in a difficult position. and it could have got very public, and it did in the sense that one of the people that was on staff resigned, and the media didn't pay that much attention to it, but went to the media and said Palestine is a climate justice issue, our movement should be working on it. And there was a big sort of tussle, and it all just really got too much. So I did what I was advised, and it was very liberating.
You mentioned in paragraph 31 that you found it troubling that your peers could not hold the two truths in which you believed. What are those two truths?
Well, I think there's many truths, but primarily the truths are that what happened and is happening in Gaza and what happens, the violence perpetrated by the Netanyahu government, both in terms of the West Bank and the settler violence, which is condoned and endorsed. And there's a whole settler movement with real estate agents coming to countries like this, trying to get people to settle there. Like it's awful. And aside from the war in Gaza, what happened on October 7th was awful. And some people can frame that as an act of resistance. And I know that resistance theory, if you look back at movements, talks about focusing on the larger harm and not being distracted. So I understand, I understand intellectually that, but to not acknowledge 1,200 people died on October 7th. Sexual violence was perpetrated towards women. The feminist movement here in this country was largely silent. This is a movement I've been involved in for decades. And some people even said it's an act of resistance. So that truth was heartbreaking. And then further on, the fact that broadly the left could not stand in solidarity with Jews as we were increasingly experiencing racial hatred and anti-Semitism since October 7, extreme, and you've heard much of this extremity. And, I've had incidental incidents in my statement as well as the ones in employment, etc. And if any other group of migrants was experiencing that, we know what happened with Afghanistan a few years ago. The left would be marching in solidarity, speaking out in solidarity. There was silence. The university sector, the art sector, the trade union movement, the climate justice movement. They could only see one truth, which was the horrible things that were happening in Gaza, which is an absolute truth, and as I say, a greater harm. So I don't know whether it's naivety, it's political manoeuvring, but I don't find it forgivable.
You go on in your statement to describe the impact of the Bondi attack on yourself, and you also describe the messages of support that you received in the wake of the attack. Can you tell us about some of those messages and the effect they had on you?
Yeah, the messages were beautiful, and I think like everyone presenting here, as soon as you mention it, my body has a reaction. It's hard not to react. The messages were incredible, and the first messages, and I want to say something about First Nations people, the entire time since October 7th, First Nations friends and comrades, they don't all agree with me politically, but they are the ones that have supported me. Every time there's a synagogue firebombed, every time there's a big incident of racial hatred, it's the first people, because they know that's their world. So they stand in solidarity. So it was my First Nations comrades, my Muslim comrades, my Palestinian colleague through a board I'm on. They were the people that reached out first. Lots of people reached out. There were hundreds. People I hadn't heard from in years reached out, as did lots of people who I felt had gaslit me. So I'm very curious about this because it had a very big impact on people, clearly, because it was on home soil. And, I forgave in many ways because the solidarity data missing was there, but I still am curious about why when 1,200 Jews were killed, or not Jews, they weren't all Jews, 1,200 Israelis and migrants and festival goers, many of them who have progressive views, by the way, were killed. In southern Israel, there was none of that solidarity. So I'm curious about that, but I know forgiveness is important. So people were amazing. And in the climate justice movement, there was a lot of reparations. And I do want to say that the leader, positional leader of my then union has been amazing the whole time and in incredible solidarity. That's not where the problem is. So yeah, the solidarity was extraordinary. So it was a double-edged sword. It was welcome. But where was it before, and where was it for those people that died on October 7th?
Ms Cunio, thank you for coming along to give your evidence today. I have no further questions.
Yes, Ms Cunio, thank you very much for your evidence. You are excused.
Commissioner, the next witness who will be giving evidence will be known under a pseudonym, AAV, and they are present in the hearing room, and I'd like to call them, please.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Do sit down.
Thank you. Giving evidence today under the pseudonym AAV, and your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a statement to the Commission that's dated the 21st of April 2026.
I did.
And that statement remains true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
It does, yes.
Commissioner, I tender that statement stat.899.0019.0001_R.
Yes, that statement will be received as Exhibit 1.54.
You're a member of the Orthodox Jewish community, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And you live in Sydney?
I do.
What does it mean to be a member of the Orthodox Jewish community?
The Jewish community is a collective, but there are religious differences between Orthodoxy, where religious practice is maybe considered slightly more strict, and then there is a Reform group where religious practice is interpreted sometimes in slightly different ways, but the essentials are the same.
And would you ordinarily keep kosher?
I do, yes.
And typically observe the customs of the Sabbath or the Shabbat?
Correct, and the festivals.
And you're a dual Australian national and Israeli citizen, is
I
that
am.
right?
Yes, that's correct.
You've lived in Australia since you were 2 years old?
I have, yes.
And you're a nurse manager at a local health district in New South Wales, that's correct?
Yes, I am.
And that local health district forms part of New South Wales Health?
It does, that's correct, yep.
You've worked in healthcare settings for the last 30 years or so?
I have. I've been a midwife for just over 30 years and now as a nurse manager.
And you have relatives who still live in Israel to this day?
I do, yes.
In the Hamas attacks on Israel on the 7th of October 2023, one of your cousins was taken hostage into Gaza.
He was, Ran Kviali.
And that individual, he was the final hostage.
The
His
last
body
remaining, yes.
was retrieved
Yes.
and returned to Israel for
Yes.
burial.
Deceased, yes.
And that was in January of this year,
That's correct,
2026.
yes.
And the plight of your relative and the other hostages who were taken into Gaza was something that significantly impacted you following the 7th of October.
That's correct, yes. I think the hostage situation for the Jewish people is a very personal one. Probably aware the Jewish community make up only 2% of the population. So it's a very close-knit community of people. And I think as a population, we feel one another's pain as if it was happening to ourselves or our own family. So for me, the hostages, particularly the youngest hostages, the Bibas children, felt for me like they were my own children. And I think for many other people, I think it's a fairly unique thing, particular to Jewish community, this relation of one another, considering one another family members. So it becomes very, very personal. It's not just this is happening to some other Jewish people across the world. They are my brothers and sisters. They are my children. They are my grandparents. And I consider them that.
And the Bibas children, for those who may not know, they were the red-headed little
The
boy.
little red-headed children.
his-
Kfir, best known for his Spider-Man outfit. Ariel. Kfir was only 9 months old.
And they were sadly found to have been killed together with
With
their mother.
Shiri, yes, they were.
And a few weeks after the 7th of October 2023, in solidarity with the hostages that had been taken, you placed some small images on your desk in your office at work. What were those images of?
They were posters that essentially had the photograph of the hostage. It had a red message underneath just saying, bring them home. They were an A4 size picture. They weren't large posters. And I had them sitting next to my desk on the wall beside me, so that every time I left the room or came back to my desk, I would think of those and the other hostages and their plight at that time. Where those posters were located was on the side wall next to the door, away from the corridor. It wasn't visible to anybody moving up and down the corridor. It was in an area of the hospital where public didn't go, so there were only employees. That was.
And what did your manager say to you about those images that you had displayed?
My manager told me I needed to remove them from the wall because of the likelihood of them upsetting or offending other people in the workplace. I also wore a necklace with words in Hebrew, "My heart remains captive in Gaza," and a yellow ribbon, and I was asked to remove those as well, albeit a bit later.
The yellow ribbon, that's a sign for the return
Of the hostages. That's correct, yes.
And you recalled in your witness statement that at the start of the Ukraine-Russia war in 2022, support for victims in the invasion of the Ukraine had been encouraged in your workplace. Is that right?
Absolutely. I think for me there was just an injustice and an inequity over what was promoted by New South Wales Health as acceptable dialogue. So in 2022, we had supportive messages for the Ukraine on our intranet pages, posters in the corridors, on the notice boards. It was very openly supported. Similarly, when we had the Indigenous referendum, there were again intranet page messages. And then in 2023, when the attack occurred, there was just silence in New South Wales Health. There was nothing. There was no acknowledgement. Others got messages from the chief executive at the time saying, we're supporting our workers, Ukrainian and Russian workers. Nothing after October 7. It was just like it didn't happen. So there was a real discouragement. We weren't allowed to promote it, to put up anything, really even to talk about it. Any conversation was shut down.
And you understand that some of the people that you work with know that you have a Jewish background and connections to Israel. Is that right?
Absolutely. I'm a little bit of a giveaway. I do wear a Star of David, so it's evident. I considered taking it off during this period of time, but it belonged to my mother of blessed memory, and I wear it to connect with her. So I've continued to wear that. Some staff at work are aware of my national heritage. So, yep, they were aware.
And you've said in your statement that since October 2023, you've been subject to some comments by other healthcare workers who you encounter in your workplace.
Yes.
What have some of those comments included?
So some of the people that I've worked with have made comments such as they'll pass me in a corridor and just sort of say, oh, shame on you, or you must be really ashamed to belong to a group of child killers. I've also been called Zionist scum. I've had staff pass me and try to justify the response of Hamas on Israel. So there's been a variety of different things, and it's generally not done extremely overtly. It's under the breath or in passing, just a comment thrown at me. I've also been asked, was I a Zionist? That was another tidbit, which I consider is irrelevant in my job. As a New South Wales Health employee, we are expected to be apolitical, impartial. You can have your own personal opinions at work, and that's fine. Not at work, outside of work, and that's fine. But in the workplace, we shouldn't know anything really about one another's background. And I found that quite offensive because I don't ask other employees what their political or personal opinions are on particular things.
Hearing those sorts of comments, whether under the breath or more overtly in your workplace, how did that make you feel?
It made me feel very targeted, at times very disempowered. I probably should also mention there were staff at that time who were wearing Free Palestine pins and not at work, but arriving into work with keffiyehs on. So for me, that was a real stab at me, a statement to make it clear that I wasn't welcome.
Now, I've been asking you about some of your experiences as a practitioner and a nurse manager. I now want to ask you about some experiences that you've had as a patient
Sure.
in the health system. Unfortunately, a few years ago, you received some news of a breast cancer diagnosis. Is that right?
Correct, yes. It was in September 2024.
And you were admitted to hospital for treatment.
I was, yes.
And at that time, did your health records for your admission identify your religion?
They did. I identified that I was Jewish, and I requested kosher meals whilst I was in hospital, which came from Lewis's kitchen.
I'm sure they'll be pleased to hear that.
Yeah.
You were confident at that time that disclosure in your medical records that you were Jewish and wanted to receive kosher meals would not be something that would impact your care. Is that right?
Absolutely. I had never, ever, either as a healthcare worker or as a patient in the past with New South Wales Health Hospitals, had ever doubted anyone's intention to do the very best or to provide the very best care. And I went into that surgery, albeit in a very vulnerable position, without any doubt that I was going to receive a high standard of care, and I did.
And thankfully, you've made a full recovery from
I have,
diagnosis.
yes. Yes,
And then
thank
in
you.
February 2025, you were scheduled to go into hospital again, this time for a knee surgery. Is that correct?
That's correct. I don't sound very healthy, do I? But I was actually booked in for the knee surgery before I got my cancer diagnosis. So I had been on a wait list for around 15 months to have that surgery. And in the February, I was notified that I could go in and have the surgery done.
And a couple of weeks before you were scheduled to be admitted for that procedure, you heard some news reported about two nurses at a Sydney hospital having taken to social media. What did you read about those nurses?
I first saw the reports on social media. I actually saw them on Instagram, and then it obviously was reported in mainstream media across Sydney. So I had seen the original interview, if we call it that, that was done on social media. They threatened to kill Jewish patients that came into contact with the healthcare system. They boasted that they had killed Israeli citizens who had been in their hospitals, and they said that they would do it again in a heartbeat.
And you said that you're a dual Israeli
I
Australian
am also an Israeli citizen, yes.
And having seen that news reported before your scheduled admission in early 2025, how did that make you feel?
I can't even describe the terror that created for me. Because of my knowledge of healthcare, I spent probably the worst 24 hours of my life imagining all the ways I could be killed legitimately in a hospital, particularly in the operating theatre, from putting toxic drugs into an IV to overdosing me on anaesthetic. So I was paralysed with fear. I considered very, very seriously cancelling the surgery. I came very close to doing it, but my children persuaded me otherwise because I had been on a waiting list for 15 months and my ability to walk was getting really compromised. So I did decide to go ahead with that, but still with an incredibly high level of fear and mistrust then of the health system.
And for that admission, you did not order kosher meals?
I did not. No, I removed reference to my religion on the record. However, having said that, they do have historical record where it is documented and that can't be removed. So I did not order kosher meals during that admission and instead had my sons bring meals from home for me so that no one would know.
And what other steps did you take to try and give yourself reassurance in relation to that admission?
Sure. I acknowledge I was in an incredibly privileged position in that I have a high level of health literacy and I currently am employed in a senior position within health. So I reached out to our chief executive at the time and I requested a meeting with him only about 4 days before I went into hospital to try and explore some mechanisms that might ensure my safety whilst being in hospital. And those included, I requested a Jewish doctor in the operating theatre to represent my interest. I asked to be admitted onto the hospital from the hospital in the home program, which I was ineligible for given my age, so that I could get out of hospital and out of the environment I felt so unsafe in. I also asked for, I'm just trying to think, that reference to my Jewishness being removed from my health record, and I asked for a family member to stay with me at all times, particularly when I was really under the influence of anaesthetic for my safety.
And ultimately, all of those measures that you requested, you were told that they could be accommodated apart from the Jewish
doctor.
And that was in part anyway, because you were told, well, we don't know who identifies as Jewish or not.
Yes, they did. They said they couldn't tell who was Jewish in the organisation.
And you've said that ultimately the healthcare that you received in respect of that admission was extremely professional. Is that right?
It was. I think because of that meeting with the chief executive, he had reached out to a number of senior managers throughout my journey. I think people were being very careful, but yes, the healthcare standard I received was great. The staff I came into contact with were all professional and caring.
But you feel that the anxiety that you experienced surrounding that admission is something that may have impacted your recovery from the surgery?
Absolutely. Yes, it did. I mean, my trust of the healthcare system was broken, and that was not going to repair in only 4 days. And I think it was the uncertainty of who might want to harm me in that environment that sat with me throughout my hospital stay. So I did end up having, because of some complications, I did end up having to stay in slightly longer than I had hoped. But I still did get the hospital in the home program, even though I'd stayed over.
Thankfully, you were able to return to work last year following your procedure. And I want to ask you about some events in your workplace around Hanukkah of
Yes.
last year, 2025, the hospital service in which you work has a social media platform for its patient and client base. Is that right?
We do, yes. We operate a Facebook and Instagram site for new parents, the primary purpose of which is to provide health education and health messaging. But because we're communicating with families with very new babies, we do some community acknowledging people's major events like Mother's Day or Father's Day or major festivals, I would say.
And so that platform would typically make posts acknowledging events like Christmas, Easter, Ramadan, Diwali, and the like. Is that
That's
right?
exactly right, yes.
And in the weeks prior to the Bondi attack leading up to Hanukkah of 2025, what kind of posts did you propose on that platform?
I was working with our social media nurse, and I had asked that we put up a Hanukkah post, which was essentially a simple happy Hanukkah message, and it had an image of a parent and a child, or two parents and a child, lighting a Hanukkah.
And what was the response that you received to that proposal?
The communications and media team contacted me as the manager for the service and advised me that I wouldn't be allowed to post a happy Hanukkah message because of the sensitivities currently around that. When I questioned her as to what sensitivities she was talking about, she said, well, you know, the war going on and everything. And I said, well, the war is actually finished and this is just a happy Hanukkah message. I then went on to say to her that if we couldn't post for Hanukkah, then we wouldn't be posting for any of the other community festivals, such as Christmas, which was also coming up. And she said to me, oh no, that's different because Christmas is mainstream and it's not a religious festival.
Commissioner, I note the time. I'll bet you only about 5 more minutes with the witness. I'm in your hands as to whether we take the morning tea break now.
We will complete this witness and then we will have a 15-minute morning coffee break.
Witness, we then had the attack at Bondi.
The following day.
The following day.
Yes.
And your workplace, in the immediate aftermath of that attack, offered a rapid response counselling service as part of its employee assistance program. Is that right?
They did, yes.
And you were feeling particularly impacted in the immediate aftermath, both as a member of the Sydney Jewish community and also with the ongoing trauma you were experiencing in connection with your cousin, whose body at that point still hadn't been retrieved from Gaza.
That's right. Yep.
And you decided to attend this counselling service on the 15th of December.
I did, much to my regret.
You said much to your regret. What happened in that session?
So acknowledging our chief executive in trying to support rapid response counselling appointment through a provider. It's the Employee Assistance Program, EAP. The provider was and I decided to go along to that, hoping to resolve some of the grief and particularly the anger I was feeling at that time. I was mostly concerned about the anger I was feeling. I felt that that really wasn't healthy in a workplace or for me. And I felt really angry at the time because I felt very betrayed by our government that they'd failed the Jewish people, but also the Australians in not addressing the risk of fundamental Islamism here. I felt that that wasn't healthy and it wasn't going to help me provide healthcare services. So I went along and when I talked with the counsellor and described how October 7th had made me feel, the distress I was still feeling about Ran, what happened with December 14th, which was only the day before, so one day later, during which my son was also a member of the community security group. So there was a lot of emotion for me in that moment, only 24 hours later. The counsellor spoke to me and said, well, can you perhaps put yourself in the position of those men and try and understand why they might have acted that way? And I paused and looked at her and I thought, I've actually misheard her. She cannot have said that to me. And she went on and said something else, and I don't actually really remember what she said. My ears were buzzing, and I just thought, she can't have said this. This can't be what we're talking about. I think we moved on to something else. I don't believe I answered her question. And we talked a bit about my family and the fear I'd had with my son being in CSG. And then she said to me, we came back to Israel and what was going on there. And she said to me, imagine if a Gazan mother was sitting in this chair across from you. What would you have to say to her? Because you're a mother, surely you can understand how she might feel as a mother. And at that point, it was like a penny drop moment. I was like, oh my God, she did say what she'd said previously. And she's asking me to respond to this. At that point, I did become quite angry with her, and I probably gave her a response that I maybe wouldn't do now. But I won't go into that. I think that's probably irrelevant. And when I had told her what I had to say, I got up and left the consultation and made a report to our chief executive. I was extremely concerned in that environment, not only about the impact on me, but interestingly, this counsellor failed her duty of privacy, and she had a list sitting on a table of all the staff that had come in to see her, including me. So I worried about the other staff and what she might have said to them. Some of them were very young. We have some very young nurses. So I was very worried about if this was her approach to me, what had she said to others?
And you've concluded your statement in the following way. You've said that your generation are the grandchildren of Holocaust victims, and that you grew up with stories about discrimination against and separation of Jewish people. And you've noted that New South Wales Health, in your view, should be a safe and protective environment, and that people should feel like they are going to be treated fairly, equitably, and to a high standard. You've said that you've lost the trust that you once had in the healthcare system, but that you feel fortunate that you've been able to advocate for your own health position.
Yes.
What are your concerns for other members of the community?
I think, look, as you've alluded to, yes, my generation is the generation of Holocaust survivors' grandchildren. We've lived by the kudos of never again. It came up after October 7, never again, but again seems to keep happening. And I used to laugh at my grandparents because they hoarded extra food in their pantry and they kept a packed suitcase in the top of their cupboard for as long as I can remember. And I used to think that was really funny. I don't think it's funny anymore. I can actually feel now their fear and their anxiety about how long are we welcome in this country? Do we have a place in Australia ongoing? Will we one day wake up to find that the government says Jews are no longer welcome in Australia? And then what? As far as healthcare is concerned, I went into healthcare basically because in Judaism, we have two guiding principles. One is tikkun olam, which is to heal the world. And the other one is pikuach nefesh, which is it is the supreme duty of us as healthcare workers to preserve human life. And that was what took me into healthcare. And I think over the last 37 years that I've worked as a midwife and a manager, I have given my all to treat everybody equitably at the highest standard of care that I could possibly provide any family, regardless of their colour, their background, their immigration status, their religion, whatever. It makes no difference to me. As far as for me in healthcare now, yes, my trust is very dented. And I'm actually, for the first time in my career, ashamed to be a healthcare worker, to be a part of this group that doesn't live to those high ideals that I thought we all practiced under. So my real fears moving forward are, as you said, every person, when they contact a healthcare provider, be it a GP down to a hospital, is seeing that provider at the most vulnerable, lowest point in their life when they need so much care and compassion. And I don't believe that New South Wales Health anymore, having tolerated this behaviour from a few, and I will say it's a few, it's not every healthcare worker, having tolerated this behaviour, it means that the healthcare system is not only not safe for Jewish people, it's potentially not safe for anyone that comes from some sort of diverse background. So I think that New South Wales Health has a lot of work to do here. They have definitely targeted Israel and the Jewish situation, separate to how they've responded to other situations or other collectives, other people. We talk about we have priority populations, but apparently Jewish people are not one of those. So it breaks my heart that the most vulnerable members of our society, particularly our Jewish elderly, do not have the same privilege as me. They can't contact the chief executive and go and negotiate for safe healthcare. They can't or don't know about asking for conditions that might make them feel safer in the healthcare system. So a lot of work needs to be done by New South Wales Health to repair the damage that has been done to the Jewish community. I was contacted a few weeks ago by a community member from Brisbane who was coming down here for surgery, cardiac surgery. And my ex-husband contacted me to say, is there anything you can do to make this safe for him? He's worried about coming into the hospital. Now, everybody, every human being is scared when they come into a hospital and have to have surgery, every person. But what we have done in the Jewish community is made the abnormal normal. It is not normal for our children to have to go to school behind raised walls and have security guards. It's not normal to have security guards at every event we step out to. And it's not normal for a person to go into a hospital and worry about, is somebody going to harm me while I'm in here? And yet the non-action, the no speaking out, the people accepting that, even good people, and there are many good people in Australian society, but in the 1930s and 40s, it was not only Hitler and his regime that killed 6 million people. It was the good people who didn't speak out, who turned to face the other way and pretended they didn't know what was going on. And that is what's happening now in Sydney, across Australia, across the globe. This is not an Australian problem. It's happening right across the globe. And we as Jewish people are being asked to live in an abnormal situation and accept it as being normal.
Thank you for your evidence. I have no further questions.
Can I just ask, when you were a child, did you learn why your grandparents kept the pet suitcase?
No, my grandparents were a little bit elusive to that. I figured it out over time. But when I was very young, they just would say to me, oh, it's just in case anything happens and we need to leave quickly. My family had lived in a number of different countries over years. And so for me, that was not unlikely. I just thought, oh, maybe they don't get much notice and they have to go. By the time I had reached my early teens, probably, so around 11, 12, 13, I had figured out what that was about. So, yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your evidence.
My
You are
pleasure.
excused.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes. The Commission will take an adjournment now for 15 minutes. Yes, please be seated.
Commissioner, the next witness will be giving evidence under the pseudonym ABK, and they are present in the hearing room.
Yes, thank you.
The evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please say I do.
I do.
Yes, Ms Phillips.
ABK, you have prepared a statement for the Royal Commission dated the 30th of April 2026, is that right?
Yes.
And that statement remains true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender that statement stat.899.0046.0001_R, and for the moment I defer any tender of the annexures to the statement.
Yes, very well. The statement will be Exhibit 1.55.
You're a musician and a live performer, is that right?
Yes.
And you're in your late 20s?
Sorry?
You're in your late 20s?
Yes.
You were born in Israel
Yes.
and you're Jewish?
Yes.
You've been living and working in Australia since around 2020?
Yes.
You're based in Western Australia most of the time.
I live in a van, but yeah, yes.
And you originally came to Australia on a working holiday after you finished your compulsory military service in the Israeli army, is that right?
Yes.
And sometime after arriving, you were granted a global talent visa to remain in Australia, and that was in recognition of your contributions to the Australian creative industry. Is that right?
Yes, more accurately, it was recognizing my achievements as international achievements in the music industry.
And in Australia, some of your creative endeavours have included collaborations with other musicians in the country.
Yes.
And you think you've collaborated with over 100 musicians since you've been in Australia, is that right?
I managed to document 100, but there's more, yeah.
And that includes collaborators who are from many different backgrounds, is that right?
Yeah.
Your music, that blends different styles and different instruments, is that right?
Yes.
And sometimes you sing in Hebrew and sometimes you sing in English.
Yeah, I actually sing in Hebrew, English, French, and Italian. Then I play maybe 4 or 5 instruments along the show, and I have a full band as well with me.
That's very impressive. And in your musical performances, you don't talk about politics in the Middle East ever, do you?
No, I started talking about peace in the last maybe few months, out of a necessity, because of the things that I'm going to share, but never try to be political, no.
I'll get to those things in a moment. And before 2023, how were your performances received in Australia as an Israeli performing artist?
Before 2023 October, I never even thought about it. I was never like something that was in my mind, like my Israeli identity wasn't anything that was anything to do with my shows, and the shows went amazing. I arrived here at COVID times, 2020, and since 2020 until 2023, I lapped Australia twice. A little bit after COVID, I managed to do the first lap, and then I did the second lap, and I performed in every state, city, little town on the coast of Australia. It was absolutely amazing.
And you had good relationships with the different venues that you performed at along the way?
Absolutely, yes.
And you took a trip back to see your family in late 2023, and then you returned to Australia. What was the first harassment that you recall experiencing in connection with your work as a performing artist?
I try to visit Israel, like my family and friends, every September, October, and that specific visit was exactly on October 7th, by accident. And then I already had a full tour booked with my band from the Sunshine Coast all the way to Perth, including Tasmania along the coast. And yeah, we didn't expect to have something like that, obviously, after what happened. And the first one was at Brunswick in Melbourne. Something quite like small at the time. We went to perform at one place in Melbourne, and I heard there's a lot of protest there of Free Palestine, and we had a full room. It was amazing, and we sang everything, the same thing we did 3 years till that point. And we had a couple of guys shouting stuff like Free Palestine and other comments. I didn't hear it. My band members did, and some audience did, and they told me.
And after that tour that you were doing around Australia at that point, you got to Perth and you got in touch with a venue that you had a relationship with. And this was about doing something that you've described as an Israeli theme night at
Yes.
that venue. And that was a night that you'd organised in the past.
Yes.
What did you have in mind for the Israeli theme night?
So back in 2021, I think, we basically did an event called Israeli Night, and I would sing my Hebrew songs plus other covers in Hebrew, plus Israeli food meals and street food by an Israeli chef in Perth as well. And it was amazing. In 2021, we had 2 nights. I think one of them was sold out. One of them was almost sold out. It was incredible. And I just touched base with the same venue manager again to ask to do the same thing as we are coming back to Perth. And I was quite surprised. She emailed me back saying that she cannot promote. She decided not to promote Israel at any kind of way, especially not an Israeli night. She was sorry about it. She did mention her support for Palestine and I think she did fundraisers to bring Palestinian families to Australia, all other things, and that was basically the point.
And that was in January of 2024, as best as you can remember.
Yeah, I think I provided the email, yes.
And you've said in your statement that after the 7th of October 2023, you became aware that people were spreading accusations about you online. What were some of the accusations about you that you became aware of?
So, at the beginning, as I said, it wasn't exactly, it was just like these few cases, like the show in Melbourne and a few other shows, and then this manager. But a little bit longer after that, we basically started having accusations that we are genocide supporters. There were other horrible statements, baby killers, a lot of other really horrible messages. I wasn't aware to it the whole time. I was starting to be aware of that when it started affecting my shows and venues across.
And just so we're clear about how these messages were sent, some of them were as comments on Facebook posts in groups that might have advertised your performances. Is that right?
Yeah, so basically my crowd and my followers, people that follow my music, obviously are not the ones that are doing that, but when I need to advertise for a show and sell tickets, I do it as an ad. And when it's with the adverts, it reaches more crowd and more audience, and straight away people go to my website and they see that I'm Israeli and they start to comment. And yes, those messages came in as private messages, comments, shares to people's stories and Facebook groups and a few other things.
And you also, from time to time, over the last couple of years, have received private messages directly on your own social media account.
100%, yeah.
And you've included an example of one of them in your statement. You've said that one person wrote that you should get out of the area that you were performing in at the time, and that you were a colonizer, racist, and then said, "You're not welcome, you do not accept all people, you support murders." And you said that another message stated that was sent to you personally, "History will not forgive you and your murderous values." How did you feel when you received private messages of that kind?
just horrible. Just yeah. All I do is just about playing music, and I'm very proud of everything I've done in Australia and also before Australia. And I think, yeah, I know those people just don't know me. They don't know my music. They don't know anything about me, because when people do, they will never say something like that. But yeah, when I play my shows, I think the most common comment I get from both musicians and audiences and everywhere is just my show is very happy, and it's all about happiness. And that's why I was just, yeah, way off charts. Like I didn't expect any of those to come.
And you've said that other people often send you messages asking for your opinion on the conflict in Gaza. Why do you think you get sent those sorts of messages?
So, from my knowledge, there are a group of people that also musicians and artists from Perth, activists, that decided to basically to spread those rumors around in Facebook messages groups and other places. I try to just think about it as, because I'm successful, they try to push it at me, but it's absolutely racism. And yeah, they just send messages saying that I'm supporting genocide, that I'm supporting murderous values. And because my name is around and people do know me, I start to get messages from people that probably attended my shows. I play approximately 120 to 150 shows a year. So there's a lot of people that saw me and know me personally, and I try to say hi to everybody at my shows as well. So many felt comfortable to ask me those questions. Obviously, like, it's nice to be asked rather than to be alleged something, but it was still, I could see it as harassment and racism as well. Yeah, I don't post anything political. I never did.
And there have been some direct allegations as well that you've referred to in your statement. You've described one poster who, in addition to asking you for your thoughts on the conflict, has suggested online that you should be prosecuted for war crimes.
Yeah.
And you've also referred to another commenter on your own social media page who posted pictures of you in your military uniform from when you had done your service with the IDF. Now, when did you complete your IDF service?
I completed my IDF compulsory service in 2019, I think.
And this,
or 18, yeah.
And this post that included that photograph.
Person must have hacked my personal account, dive way deep back into 2018. Those pictures were from 2017 probably, and both them took a screenshot and put them in advertisement for my shows. Yeah, I never went out with any statements about my, like, I was asked a lot about my compulsory service by many of those people and other people, and it's just the fact that they ask me like that I don't share anything. I'm very proud of my service. Back in my service, I saved a lot of innocent lives, Palestinians, and a lot of other innocent lives of different countries that I'm not allowed to say. But basically, that's what that was all that I've done, and I'm very, very proud of that. I'm not going to go and say that to those people, but the fact that just posting pictures of me also felt very threatening. I felt very, very unsafe to perform and to do more things.
And you've spoken in your statement about other people online contacting venues that you are due to perform at directly and pressuring them not to host you as an Israeli performer. Can you tell us about that?
So the first time was, I think, in September, leading to September last year. That was the first time that we actually had a proper, I'd say, threat to the venue. We booked a show in Perth at a venue that was contacting us for a while, for a few years, wanting us to come and perform there. And The day after, we try to sell most of the tickets on ourselves without actually advertising with the business, regardless. And then the day the business put the poster of us, he just started to get roughly 10 different people started to approach him, saying he should cancel us, that this is going to be bad for his business. They started promoting online that we spread those murderous values. And first reaction was a bit hysteric. He called me. He said, I did not expect, he said something like, I expected to know of such a thing before, or something like that. And I was obviously absolutely unaware of those things completely, but also, yeah, like.
And the next day, this venue manager, he called you and he apologized.
He did,
What did he
yes.
say?
So the next day, this venue manager is part of a big, he has a few other venues and he runs a few other things in town. And he called me the day after and he said, well, we looked you up and down, everything you ever posted with he has a few assistants. And we understand. I'm sorry about what I said. Absolutely going with the show. Those people are just racists. And he started actually answering those people back. He started sending me screenshots of the messages that he would send them. I never asked him to do anything of that, but it was really nice to see how he supported me. And most venue managers did every time. And he's now one of my biggest advocates as well. So yeah.
And you
In
said,
that conversation, when he apologised and told you that he'd looked at your posts, he said to you, I understand now that you haven't been advocating for anything, something to that effect, did he?
I'm
directing your attention to
yes.
paragraph 18 of your statement.
That's not the one. Yeah, I think this is probably what I said that he was telling me on the phone.
Yes.
And I do have screenshots of all the messages that he and I had also when he was sharing me the messages he got from other people. And I think what was the pure sense of what he said was that I never advocated for political views, which I don't. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
and you have a friend who manages a cafe, and this friend kindly lets you display posters advertising your
Yes.
performances. Is that right?
Yes,
And
absolutely.
what did your friend tell you had been done to some of those posters by one of her colleagues at the cafe?
So my friend, at absolutely another random meeting that I had with her in another event, she just came. She didn't want to make me also distressed, but she did say that one of her employees just took down one of my posters, and she asked them why, and she said that they got a message on a group or whatever to remove my posters since I'm a genocide supporter, and she was absolutely shocked to hear that. Since then, by the way, I'm always giving her 2 posters in case one of her employees take down one. This also happened at the other venue that ended up being my supporter. One of his employees also took down one of the posters, and he asked her why, and she said the absolute same thing.
And you've referred to one of those, or to a number of those posts in your statement, and one of them sent to a venue said this: host 2 guys that supports genocide, not the best news for your business. You should really consider cancelling their show and not give a platform to artists who support such evil. Is that typical of the sort of posts that you understand that venues receive about your upcoming performances?
I really try to believe it's slowly going down, but unfortunately it isn't, and that's sort of the things. There's another email that I also included. That I couldn't read all of it. It's pretty long, but it's basically saying a suspected war criminal at your venue, on the title, I believe. And those are the kind of comments and messages and calls that venues get since September 20, I believe it's 2025. Yes, until today, even in the last month, in April, we did a show. Same thing, calls and emails, and I don't know who they are.
And in October 2025, some protesters arrived at a venue that you were performing at in Fremantle, is that right?
Yeah.
And they stood at the bar area and they shouted while you were waiting to go on stage.
Yeah.
And you couldn't go on stage while they were there doing what they were doing. 100 people had bought tickets to your
So yeah,
performance that night.
Yeah, we had a show in Perth, and that was right when it was a few weeks after this other venue manager was not far from that event as well, and we sold around 100 tickets. But everything that led up to the show was a lot of posts online and comments, and I never thought this will come to real life. To be honest, I was quite naive, and we arrived and I could see 5 or 6 people at the bar with kafirs, with I didn't see the signs yet, but I knew they had some. And the venue is like that when you have the live music section and you have the restaurant section. And there were the restaurant section, and before we started the show, I believe they went outside. When I go to a show, I have to be in a very specific mood. I'm coming to set to bring people something that is very, very special. Out of myself, the most vulnerable me is on stage, and I need to be as me as possible. And if I'm sad, that's going to be on stage. If I'm angry, it's going to be on stage. So I just try to completely not look at what's happening there. But apparently, they were forced outside. They shouted genocide supporter and a few other things with signs and with probably other things that I'm not aware of. And eventually the police came and they removed them from the place. And I could not go to play my show until I finished signing up with the police officers at the venue. So I was looking at my 100 guests coming to see my show at the same time signing my name and more details on the police statement. And literally straight from finishing the last letter, I just went straight to the stage. I took the saxophone and I started playing, trying somehow to move into that. I did mention everything that happened in a way to the audience. I did say I'm really, really sorry, and the show was great, but I was really sad. I was really, really sad at the show and afterwards, and I almost didn't want to come to perform there again, although I had full support from the venue as well.
And you've said in your statement that your ability to work as a performing musician turns on your reputation, and that the reputational harm of being publicly labelled as someone who supports atrocities is significant. Have you seen an impact of some of those comments in terms of the number of tickets that you sell to your performances and that kind of thing?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it also changed my actions, and I didn't perform in Perth and in that specific suburb, which is one of my best ones, and I always came back to that suburb. I took a decent break from performing there, which by itself affecting my income. But yes, absolutely, I can see there's a bit of a change with how many people arrive and buy tickets. My whole profession is based upon being favored and obviously having people at the show, and I'm doing all the hard work into putting everything that I've learned and experienced into my music and into bringing people into happiness, and yeah, it's badly affect all of that. Yeah.
You've concluded your witness statement by saying that political debate and criticism are a normal part of democratic society. However, targeting artists because of their nationality or Jewish identity and attempting to prevent them from performing crosses into discrimination and intimidation. You still agree with that?
100%. I think my honest opinion about the conflict is very complicated. I lost full trust. I was there in October 7th, and I lost full trust. My first anger was towards the Israeli government, as that was my absolutely personal feelings, and since then it's obviously a much more complicated matter. And I do believe that everybody has the right to protest anywhere about whatever they want, as long as obviously they are not, going into violence and not going to harm specific groups. With that being said, I've been targeted just because I'm Israeli. I'm not political at all. I've never been, and I'm forced now to call venues up front and tell them you might get hate because I'm Israeli, which I've done just now, just a few weeks ago. I am scared to play, and I'm always thinking, is there someone in the crowd that knows that I'm Israeli and is here with a gun? There's all these things now that are just horrible, and I love Australia very, very much, and I worked very, very hard to get to where I am, and it's also thanks to Australia being amazing. And I've said many good things about Australia, and also another. Get into the community, and I think I try to do the best. This is why I came here from Perth to give this evidence, because I think there's a movement in Australia that is just doing that, and it's either to me as a musician or just random Israelis around, and it's very worrying and concerning.
Thank you for your evidence.
Yeah, thank you, sir. You are excused.
Commissioner, I now call Lynda Ben Menashe,
Yes.
who's present here in the hearing room.
I do.
Would you please state your name?
Lynda Ben Menashe.
And you've prepared a statement dated 1st of May 2026, correct?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of that statement with you?
Yes, I do.
And is that still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
I tender that statement, which has doc ID stat 899.004.9.0003_R.
The statement will be Exhibit 1.56.
And I tender the first annexure.
Yes, we'll mark that Exhibit 1.57.
And the second annexure.
1.58.
The third annexure.
1.59.
The fourth annexure.
1.60.
And the fifth annexure.
1.61.
You were born in Sydney?
Yes, I was.
And you're a fourth generation Australian Jewish mother, as you
I'm a
describe
fifth
it.
generation
Fifth
Australian
generation.
Jewish mother.
Oh, must correct that in your statement. And your father was born in the British Mandate of Palestine.
Yes, in Tel Aviv.
Most of your parents' ancestors fled persecution and pogroms in the Russian Empire. Is that right?
Yes.
You've described your family culture as traditionally Jewish, but not religious. What does that look like?
That means that we observed the traditional family Jewish holidays. We had the Shabbat dinner every week. We observed the life cycle events. I went to a Sunday school and so on, and we felt very Jewish, but were not practicing observant Jews as more visibly Jewish people might be.
And your sister and yourself were educated at public schools?
Yes, that's because our family didn't believe in private education. They understood that we were Australian citizens and we should grow up and be educated with other Australian citizens as part of the fabric of this country.
And you said during your school years, your friends came from many ethnic and religious backgrounds. Is that
Yes, absolutely.
right? You, after finishing your first degree, returned to Israel and spent 2 years living there?
Yes, our first visit, my sister and I, to Israel was when I was 14, and we went to meet our father's family, and I realised that I had a whole other family and background that I had not had any experience of. And so when I finished university, I wanted to go back and explore that further.
And you spent 2 years living there, and you married an Israeli and had a son and 2 daughters.
That's right.
In your statement, you've set out a few instances of anti-Semitism that you experienced as a child. Can you give us a couple of examples?
Yes, as a child, I was one of only a very few Jewish children in my school. And the first experience I remember was when I was about 5 or 6, and a girl in my class told me that I wasn't allowed to come to play at her house because I was a Jew with a black heart who'd killed Christ. You know, that was the old anti-Judaism, and that was reasonably common in those days for Jewish children to experience. I had an experience at the Brownie Guides, a very minor thing, but it was, again, it was sort of a denial that Jewish identity was important. I wasn't allowed to do a Star of David on my craft project and so on, so I quit.
You say at university what you experienced morphed from one kind of anti-Semitism to another. Can you describe that for us?
Yes, well, to go back to high school where I was the Jewish school captain, and there was a Jewish male school captain as well. So we weren't living in an anti-Semitic environment. I had been beaten up as a Jew in my first year of high school, actually, when I was 11. A boy kicked me and punched me on the ground as a filthy effing Jew. But again, those sorts of things sort of happen. Australia has racism against many groups. It happened against us as well. And so I sort of felt there was a sweep in my life from that anti-Judaism through that anti-Semitism that experience represented. We, as the school captains, got a lot of anti-Semitic hate mail in our school captain suggestions like Hitler should have killed more of you, things like that. That was very common. The day that we came to school to write our HSC, the school was covered in anti-Semitic graffiti, you know, gas the Jews and Hitler was right and that sort of thing. So that's that anti-Semitism that we used to experience in this country. But then by the time I was at university, I think the morph into anti-Zionism, a hate movement against the Jewish collective, really. I joined the Jewish Student Union, August, and we had that first year of my university was the beginning of the war in Lebanon between Israel and Hezbollah, the terrorist organization. And so we were engaged in student politics. And I remember participating in debates and, you know, rotten fruit being thrown at us. And suddenly we were Zionists and not just Jews.
Your first year at uni was about 1982?
82, yes.
You went on to live in Israel from 86 to 88 and also 93 to 98, which meant you experienced both the beginning and end of the first Intifada. Can you tell us a little what that was like?
I experienced a lot in Israel, including the massive diversity of Israeli Jewish life, ethnic diversity, religious, cultural diversity, the the inclusion in the citizenry in Israel of Arabs and Druze and Bedouin and Muslims and Christians and so on. And it was a very different Israel from the Israel that was talked about here in this country, or that was conceived of in abstract terms. My Israeli husband was of Yemenite Jewish background. Both of his parents had been part of the million Jews expelled from the Arab world in the middle of the last century. They had experienced pogroms. They had experienced ethnic cleansing, really. And so I understood a lot more about Jewish history too. And the period of the Intifada, that first Intifada, was a very affecting experience for me as a Jewish woman who'd grown up in a safe country, had experienced some racism, but had never felt that my life was in danger. And in that period, an Intifada is a terror spree. The Palestinian Intifadas against Israel, 2 of them involved suicide bombings and stabbings and rammings and attacks on civilians, thousands. So for the first time in my life, I was scared I might be murdered for being a Jew.
You came back to Australia in 1998, is that right?
Yes.
And you say at that point you did not personally experience much anti-Semitism until October 7. What changed for you from October 7?
Well, I didn't experience much anti-Semitism myself, but my children did. My children are half Israeli and half Yemenite. They have a different skin colour to me as well, and all of them have experienced both racism for the colour of their skin, anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism. My son is, a 6th generation Australian Jew who has experienced discrimination intersectionally for his identities. He's Jewish, he's Israeli, he's a person of colour, he's a Zionist, he's gay. My daughters as well. We can go into that if you want to have more detail. But October 7 was a turning point in this country, and it was a turning point for me personally as well. As a woman, as a feminist, as somebody with family in Israel, with a deep understanding of the people of Israel, Jewish people, Muslim people, all kinds of people who were attacked, massacred, raped on that day. The silence of feminists in this country, which has been referred to, the silence of many people that I knew and grew up with about that event, the fact that I had, at that point, my son had been living in Israel for quite some time. Now my youngest daughter also lives there, but people not asking how we were, how we felt. And as other witnesses have said, the impact on Jewish Australians of what happened on October 7 is profound and personal. So it has been incredibly affecting for me, as well as for my community.
In your statement, you give a few instances where relationships with family or friends have suffered, and I'm not going to ask you to go into all the details of that, but you've described how they've suffered because they perceive you somehow as a supporter of what they describe as a genocide in Gaza. What impact do those allegations have on you?
They're deeply, deeply hurtful. There is, first of all, I think, an incredible historical illiteracy in a country like Australia, which has a white history of 250 years, and a lack of context or understanding of the sweep of history that my people, all the people of the Middle East, so many other cultures have front and centre in our understanding of the world. There is also an ignorance that is both simple ignorance and also willful ignorance about international affairs, about the Israel-Palestine conflict in particular. And so when a friend of my partner and I refuses to come to my birthday party because I'm an, quote, apologist for a genocidal regime, it is extremely hurtful to me that he has never asked my opinion on the politics of the region, on the conflict. How could I be a supporter of genocide? I'm a human being. I have Palestinian friends. I have Israeli friends and family. It is so Orwellian to me that ignorance drives abusive comments towards us and insult to us, insult on top of the injury that we feel. I have very close Palestinian friends in the region, and their relationships with me are so different and so deep and so real compared to so many people in this country who do not know me and claim to stand on the other side. I do want to say, however, that I have been so heartened and I so appreciate the solidarity I've received from so many of my school friends and many of the people that I've worked with outside the Jewish community, and their kindness and their empathy and recognition, both of complexity and of our personal pain.
You go on in your statement to describe the work that you've done in the Jewish community, including your work with the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies as their education manager, then community relations manager, and later their head of engagement. And in particular, you describe how after you'd left for the Board of Deputies for a period of time, you were asked to come back after October 7, and you delivered a number of what you describe as resilience workshops. Can you tell us a bit about why those were established and what they involved?
So the vast majority of my work, both before I worked in the Jewish community as a teacher and an educator, and my work for the Jewish community, was in bridge building and the building of social cohesion in this country. And I've always felt a strong duty to do that work, and that has been my family culture as well. What happened after October 7, and why I say it was a tipping point for us as well, is that our ability to do that work to build Australia was curtailed to a huge extent because we had to look after our Jewish community. And so when the Board of Deputies asked me to come back and actually consult to them, it was because we had to take care of the community, to hold the community. And we literally had never been in this position before. So we didn't know what to do. And I just made it up, really, as we went along. And I felt that the most important thing was to bring people together, and to bring people together in their homes. And so we devised this program where people could bring their friends to their house, and other people would hear about it, and they were actually never advertised. And I would go to these houses at the beginning, the first 6 months, like 5-6 times a day to run a session for an hour and a half. There might be 50 people there, there might be 100 people there, there might be 120 people there. And it was a mixture of ages. You'd get teenagers through to people in their 80s. You get people who knew each other. You get people who said that they weren't, part of the organised Jewish community, or that they hadn't identified as Jewish for ages, but they just needed to be with each other. And what we did in those sessions was, I called them Navigating This Upside Down World. And it was trying to process what had happened. The first set, and they evolved over time. We're now up to the 5th or 6th iteration of these, because the world keeps changing and things keep happening. And it was, how do we navigate through this world where it's just Orwellian, you know, the moral inversion of the public dialogue, it's actually emotional to think about it, but so, you know, we talked about what's happening in the world, what's happening in the public conversation, what's happening to people in their everyday lives. Everybody in those sessions would talk about things that had happened with a friend or a work colleague and they're just lack of ability to process and cope. And they still go on, I still get, I mean, yesterday I had 3 calls from Jewish women asking about how to navigate something that was happening in their life right now. It was about 5,000 people over 103 sessions since October 7 that we've done so far.
In 2024, you were asked to consider taking on the role of National President of the National Council of Jewish Women Australia, and you did so. Before October 7, what were the range of areas that the council was focusing on?
So the National Council of Jewish Women Australia is the oldest Jewish community organisation in the country. We're 103 years old, and we have traditionally focused on women's issues. So gender equity, domestic violence, social inclusion, reconciliation with First Nations women, and so on. And that has been the work of the council. And since October 7, obviously the work has had to change and the focus has had to change. And again, I emphasise that here is work that we were doing for Australia. I mean, the founder of our organisation was this unbelievable revolutionary feminist woman who set up soup kitchens during the World Wars and worked with sex workers off the docks in King's Cross and, you know, did all of this work to build this country and this society. And there was obviously the representative role to represent the voices of Australian Jewish women, but it was to engage with everyone. And so, when I took on this role and my board started, which is 18 months ago, I'm the 17th president, we did a listening campaign to find out what Australian Jewish women were concerned about right now and what they needed us to do, where they wanted us to focus. And sadly, almost 70% of them said it was anti-Semitism, it was hatred of Jewish people and Israel, and we didn't give them a list of things to choose from. We said it was open because we wanted to hear from them, and that's what they said.
And we'll hear more from your colleague Shirley Leader next week about that survey and its results.
Well, actually, can I just correct? That's a different survey.
Oh,
that was
sorry.
That was a listening campaign at the beginning, and then we actually have run in the past 2 years, the past year, 2 surveys of Australian Jewish women's lived experiences of anti-Semitism.
Thank you for that clarification. You go on in your statement to talk about some of the anti-Semitic messages that the council has unfortunately received. Would you mind if I read out those examples at paragraph 65? So one of the messages that the council received recently was, "You are bullies, spoiled brats, murderers. Hope Israel runs out of weapons and fuel. If you care, remember all you say, do or think is answerable on your death to the Creator/God. Good luck at your time because he knows all your harms to his creation, the human." What sort of impact did receiving that message have on you and the staff?
We don't have any staff, we're all volunteers.
That's
The
volunteers, I should
impact
say.
is, it's just a combination of hurt and the feeling of unfairness and the disbelief that our reality is so different from the perception. you know, there's a constant barrage of messages like that. All Jewish organisations get them. All Jewish people seem to be getting them these days. And as we heard in this morning's testimony, right across the political spectrum, our organisation represents Jewish Australian women from the extreme left to the extreme right. And it kind of doesn't matter where you sit along that spectrum. We get that kind of vitriol coming in fairly constantly. And it doesn't matter what we say or we do. Recently, I was on a TV program focused on social cohesion, and social cohesion was what I was talking about. The messages that came in afterwards were all about Israel and genocide and, you know, our DNA. And I mean, they're in my statement, but there's just such a cognitive dissonance between who we are in this country, what we do, and the avatar of the invented Jew and the invented Israel.
You conclude your statement by quoting from the poet Toni Morrison. It's interesting that Joshua Kirsch quoted that.
I know
same
Joshua,
line.
and I messaged him up. I said, "You stole my Toni Morrison quote."
And the quote is, the very serious function of racism is distraction. It keeps you from doing your work. Has that been your experience?
Absolutely. I mean, one of the programs that I ran for maybe 6 years was a program called We Are All Sydney, and it brought together emerging leaders from minority communities, including First Nations communities, Chinese, Sudanese, all kinds. And that was really important work for me and for them, and, you know, building a network of Australian leaders who knew each other, understood each other, wanted to contribute to the country, and so on. And that's the sort of work we can't do right now. You know, we can't focus on domestic violence right now because we've got to work out how to deal with the hate speech and violence being directed to us right now. Australian Jewish women, we hold our families, we hold the stress, we hold the fears of our children. I mean, it is visceral now that our priority has to be protecting our children and holding our families together and holding our community together. And I wish that wasn't the case. And I'm so sorry that this commission exists at all, that we have to be here discussing these matters. And I'm so hopeful that it will take us forward. And I'm so hopeful that we as Australian Jews will be able to go back to making the contribution to this country, to building again the way we have and the way we want to build in future.
Thank you for coming today. I have no further questions.
Thank you. You are excused.
Commissioner, the next witness is Michael Gawenda AM, who is present in the
Yes.
hearing room. Please take a seat.
An affirmation.
You solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please say I do.
I do.
Please state your name.
Michael Gawenda.
Your address is known to the Royal Commission, and you've prepared a statement that's dated the 28th of April 2026. Got a copy of that statement with you?
I have.
That statement remains true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It does.
Commissioner, I tender that statement. It's stat 899.0021.0002_R.
Yes, Mr. Gawenda's statement is Exhibit 1.62.
You were born in a displaced persons camp in Austria, which is where your parents had fled after being persecuted by the Nazi regime. Is that correct?
That's correct. I had actually escaped to the Soviet Union, just as the Nazis invaded their town, and they spent the war in the Soviet Union with their 2 daughters and a daughter who was born there, and then they ended up in the displaced persons camp in Austria, where I was born.
And you came to Australia as a 2-year-old child, is that right?
That's right.
And since then, you've lived your life in this country and you consider yourself to be Australian.
Of course, yes.
You've worked as a journalist for more than 4 decades, that's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in that time, you've been an editor-in-chief of the Age newspaper.
That's correct.
And you've also been the senior editor at Time magazine for part of your career.
That's correct.
And you were made a member of the Order of Australia in 2014 for your contributions to journalism and also to education in the journalism space.
That's correct.
In the 2000s, you retired from full-time journalism and you now work as a freelance writer and journalist. Is that correct?
And a writer of books, yes, I do.
And you've come forward today to the Royal Commission because you have a concern about the future of journalism in this country, including in relation to the opportunities that you consider may be denied to Jewish artists and writers starting out their professional lives. Is that right?
That's right.
And you also have a concern about a denial of opportunity for journalists, Jewish or otherwise, in terms of writing Jewish stories. Is that right?
My concern is that, my concern is that there'll be this bar, that if you're a journalist, Jewish or not Jewish, who supports the state of Israel, you're unlikely, or is not an anti-Zionist, you're unlikely to get a job. I mean, I believe that if I was now a young up-and-coming journalist with the views that I've expressed, which are complicated and nuanced about being a Jew, I wrote a book about how I feel about that. I don't think that I could ever be chosen to be an editor of the newspaper of which I was the editor.
I want to ask you about your own early career and life. For the first 5 years of your own life, Yiddish was your primary language at home?
It was. My parents spoke Yiddish.
And that was a language that had been spoken amongst Jewish communities living in parts of Eastern Europe prior to World War II, is that right?
That's right.
And you grew up leading with your family what you've described in your statement to be a very Jewish life?
Yes, in that sense, I spoke Yiddish. My father read to me in Yiddish. I went to a Yiddish Sunday school. But at the same time, we led a very Australian life. I want to make that clear. It wasn't we didn't live in some sort of bubble of Jewishness. I mean, my father was involved in the Labor Party. You know, the people who I knew in our society, and the people Jews I mixed with, were very involved in public life. My father and mother, to a certain extent, she was less. My mother couldn't read, and so had issues. But my father, from very early on, considered himself an Australian, and very much wanted his children to be Australian children, and more than that, he wanted us to be involved in Labor Party politics.
And you've said in your statement that early on in your career, the fact that you were Jewish and your actual or perceived attitudes towards Israel were not by and large significant to you or your journalism colleagues in terms of the work that you were doing. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And you wrote a feature piece for which you won a Walkley Award. This was in the late 1980s, and that was about a proposed government unit to investigate alleged German war criminals living in Australia. Is that right?
Not German. German and war criminals from that came from some parts of Eastern Europe.
And you've described this as a divisive piece at the time.
Well, I describe it as divisive in the sense that there were very deep feelings on both sides of this issue about whether this was a good idea or not to have these war crimes, to raise all the because some of these alleged war criminals came from ethnic communities that felt like they were being discriminated against. That suddenly the issue of where they came from and whether they harboured war criminals was very affecting for them. And the article that I wrote was a very deeply, I think, reported piece about how the community was reacting to this suggestion of having war crimes trials. So I interviewed and went and stayed with people in the various ethnic communities that were opposed to war crimes. I spoke to Jewish community and Jewish people about it. I wrote a very long piece which was published in the international edition of Time magazine, because this issue of war crimes trials was an international issue. What I'm trying to say there is that I felt able it didn't for a moment cross my mind that as a Jewish journalist I couldn't write about this issue. And when it was published, yes, there were people that not criticised the article, but supported war crimes trials, didn't support war crimes trials, but I got no criticism of the actual article or the fact that this article had to be biased because it was written by a Jew.
And similarly, earlier in your career, you worked as a foreign correspondent covering the Israel-Palestine conflict, and your Jewish identity, you felt, was never an impediment to your ability to cover that conflict.
No, I didn't. I wasn't a foreign correspondent based in Israel. I was a foreign correspondent at that time based in Washington, but I went. It was after I'd been editor, so I could do what I liked, sort of, in the position I was in. I said I wanted to cover the 2006 Israeli election, and off I went and covered it. I didn't for a moment think, hang on a minute, I'm Jewish, am I going to be able to be fair about this? And it wasn't an issue. And then the newspaper published a series of articles from me about the election, and nowhere in those articles or at the bottom of those articles did it say Michael Gawenda is a Jewish journalist.
And you've said in your statement that you've observed in recent years that a large number of journalists have become activists for a cause which you've said perpetuates a number of harmful narratives about Jews, Israel and Zionism. You've said that at paragraph 19 of your statement. What are some of those narratives that you've identified?
Well, look, I think that one of the main things that bothered me right from the beginning, and that I've written about, was that journalists from even before 2007, and I wrote about this in the book that I wrote, were signing letters and petitions calling on Jewish voices, pro-Zionist voices, to not be featured in the media, but instead feature voices of Palestinians and pro-Palestinian supporters. And I thought this was unethical. This is not the way we do journalism. We are fair. We go out with open minds. We allow people to have their say, and we don't decide who has a right to speak and who has not a right to speak. So I wrote about this early on. I thought this was the wrong direction, and also at that time, journalists were coming out with statements that they were that it was okay to be activists for the pro-Palestinian cause, and I thought this was a denial of the ethical positions that have existed in journalism from the time I became a journalist in 1970, that we don't be activists, that we don't even belong to Labor Party or the Liberal Party. We don't belong to any associations which may create a conflict of interest in our reporting. So
Mr. Gawenda, can you put your finger on roughly when you started to observe that?
around 2021.
Mr. Gawenda, in 2023, you published a book, and that book was about your own personal journey in terms of what it means to you to be Jewish. Is that right?
That's right.
And you also covered in your book a sense that you had that Jews on the political left, such as yourself, had become increasingly banished from that side of politics, from people who you once regarded as your comrades. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
You launched your book on the 4th of October 2023 in Melbourne,
That's true.
and the book launch was very well attended.
It was indeed.
And on the morning of
By many journalists.
by many journalists. And on the morning of the 7th of October 2023, you participated in an interview on a radio program for a public broadcaster. Is that
I did.
right? And that was very well received as well.
It was a celebration, sort of my journalism and my book, and they played. My children are in a Yiddish band. They played music that they had recorded. It was a lovely interview.
And you've said in your witness statement that that interview was the last time that you recall your Jewishness being celebrated by a public broadcaster. Is that
That's
still
true.
the case?
That is the case.
Now, Eastern Standard Time in Australia is ahead of the time zone in the Middle East, and so it was some hours after you that interview aired that news started to break as to what was happening in Israel on the
Yes.
7th of October. Now, after the launch, the initial launch of your book, on the 4th of October, you had a series of other events lined up with bookshops around the country in order to promote the book. Is that right?
Well, I had one event lined up in Melbourne, and I had personally spoken to, not around the country, but in Sydney. There's a bookshop that I had appeared in before that said they would have me, and immediately after October the 7th, the bookshop in Melbourne told me they couldn't do the event because they would stock my book, but they couldn't do the event because the staff felt unsafe, or they felt unsafe. They were worried about security. A book about Jews was going to attract possibly the wrong sort of response.
And you said in that connection that you've seen a shift in the way that people approach you and your writing after the 7th of October 2023, whereby, and this is in your words, you feel that you are now reduced to, quote unquote, a Zionist supporter of genocidal Israel. Is that the case?
I think a lot of people in journalism see me that way, yes, and have expressed that to me. Can I just say, I don't feel like a victim. It's important to say that, look, I've had an amazing public life in Australia, of which I'm very proud. My concern is for the future of people involved in journalism, in writing, in literature, in the arts, because it's there that I see that people like me, who are younger and just getting going, are not going to have the opportunities that I had. That's one aspect of what I'm saying. I think the other aspect is that there's been an enormous failure of journalism in Australia, not in the coverage of the conflict. I'm not talking about that, and I have actually never written about that. I have views about the coverage, which is not, it's good or bad, but is complicated by the fact that Australia simply doesn't have the resources to cover the conflict properly. So the coverage tends to be rather thin. I was most concerned in everything I've written about the lack of journalism covering not just the Jewish community, but covering Muslim communities. I mean, we've had this commission in part is about social cohesion. What we saw early on was a kind of fracturing of multiculturalism. Where is the coverage in the media? I kept saying this. Where is the coverage in the media of what these actual communities are experiencing? Where is the coverage which went out to the Jewish community, not to leaders of the Jewish community, but to ordinary Jews, some of which we've heard here in the last couple of days? These stories have amazed me. I didn't even know them. And can I just say, before I came in here, I walked through the foyer and there are journalists outside, and I'm known, they actually, the ABC actually published a thing that I'm going to be on today, and the young journalist came up to me and said, I've been here for the last 2 days. I am shocked and deeply saddened by what I've heard at the Royal Commission. And my thought was, this is a failure of journalism. Why weren't these stories told before? Why was there a need to have a Royal Commission to tell these stories? Why didn't the ABC and other outfits? The excuse cannot be that they didn't have the journalists to do it. Why didn't they spend time in these communities, not just the Jewish community, go out to the northern suburbs of Melbourne, the western suburbs of Sydney, talk to ordinary people about what they're experiencing? None of that was done. So we ended up, what was done instead, I'm not going to talk about how the Muslim or Palestinian or Australian Lebanese communities were covered, but what happened with the Australian Jewish community was that, in the main, the journalism in a lot of the media, some of which newspapers and the ABC to a certain extent, which and papers where I had worked, they minimised anti-Semitism. They ran pieces by people who claimed that it was a concocted notion, this notion of anti-Semitism, done by a powerful lobby that was trying to cover up and silence criticism of Israel. I mean, I point to lots of, I can point to lots of articles that read like that. And this is what my concern was about. And the outcome was that even actual incidents were never placed in any sort of context. They were just, oh, this is awful. I mean, ASIO reported 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, that the major threat in Australia at the moment is to the Jewish community. No reporter went and said, why is that the case? Why are they under threat? Where are the articles that examined what ASIO actually said? I reckon it was basically not believed. And that's why it wasn't examined. That's what I've been on about. And that's why it's so important that these stories are being told at the Commission here today. It's so important that that young journalist outside could say to me, thank you for coming to talk to your submission, which I've just read, because these are things that I didn't know. How is it possible that a journalist, I know how it's possible, and she feels it deeply, I know, but I know how it's possible. I know how it's possible because the media didn't cover these issues.
Mr. Gawenda, I just have one further question for you. You started your life in the Jewish Labour Bund movement, and you've described yourself, I think, as a non-Zionist at that point. And you've also referred to that ideology to being something quite different to the modern forms of anti-Zionism that we've seen emerge of late. Can you describe the difference between those two concepts?
Well, when I was growing up, I was in the Bund, and the Bund was a remnant left of the great Jewish Labour Bund of Eastern Europe, which had hundreds of thousands of members, and they were Jewish working class people who these people represented. Most of them were killed in the Holocaust so that there were few of them left. Their idea of being able to live in the communities that they lived in in a brotherhood of man was kind of destroyed by the Holocaust. They couldn't do it anyway. The thing is that non-Zionism to me meant at the time, it was an argument within the Jewish community. Non-Zionists, like Bundists, were having an argument with Zionists about what was best for Jews, what was best for the Jews of the world. It wasn't a form, they weren't, I don't think they were ever anti-Zionists in the sense that they hated Israel, they hated Zionists, they thought Israel should not exist. It was never that. It was about what is best for the Jews of the world. I was a non-Zionist back then in the sense, and to a certain extent I think that remains true about me, in the sense that I didn't think the future for the Jewish people was to all go and live in Israel. I thought the future of the Jewish people was to, those that wanted to go to Israel should go, and I thought Israel was important in terms of what it had done for the Jewish people. But my major concern was, like it had been with the Bund, with Jewish life here. What was happening with Jewish life here? The richness of it, the connections with the general community. I mean, Noel Pearson once said to me that the Jewish community in Australia should be an example for the Indigenous communities of Australia. Here's a community that once were victims, that came here as victims. Most of them were Holocaust survivors, and yet rejected victimhood, became totally involved in Australian life at every level, and at the same time maintain some connection, a deep connection to their Jewish heritage, Jewish culture, Judaism even. And I think I grew up with that idea. And I think in sections of the left where I grew up, large sections of the left, that is no longer acceptable.
Mr. Gawenda, can you give us your definition of Zionism?
I mean, my definition of Zionism is kind of historically based. Zionism was a movement within the Jewish world that basically argued from the late 19th century, which was a time of national development in all sorts of ways across different groups, that argued that Jews would never be safe until they had a land of their own, on the one hand. On the second hand, they argued that Jews were a nation and that they had a deep connection with the state of Israel, and that's where they wanted to build this Jewish nation. But growing up, Zionism for me was about, I mean, what was the basic driver of Zionism when I was growing up? Externally, I mean, Israel already existed. Was this idea that the highest goal of Zionism was Aliyah, for Jews to go and live in Israel. I was never that sort of Zionist. But I am deeply connected to Israel. I have family there. I love the country in many ways for all its flaws. So if that's a Zionist, then I'm a Zionist.
And so when Hamas invaded Israel on the 7th of October 2023, did you feel that in a particularly visceral way?
I did feel it in a particular visceral way because, for two reasons. One, that I have family in Israel. My family, after the war, from the DP camp, half of us came to Australia and half of them went to Israel because they couldn't get into Australia. They went to Palestine. And those family connections have grown over the years. I know them, I've gone to visit them. And my first reaction post when I heard about what was going on in Gaza was about them. Are they safe? Are they okay? And for days afterwards, we were in constant contact with them while it was still going on. The first 3 days, there were still attacks going on inside Israel. Were they safe? What were they feeling? Where were they? And the other thing I felt was not immediate, but came when I saw the demonstration at the Opera House, and I thought, this is what I've been writing about in the book. This is where what I wrote about in the book was going to end up. That these people couldn't even for a moment be silent. Let what happened sink in. Let the fact that all these people have been killed sink in. But no, immediately the response was, this was understandable. This was an act of resistance. Now that I thought, I wasn't surprised by that. I was just surprised that it came so early. I knew it was going to come because I'd written about it, that this is where this was going to end up. And it deeply upset me.
And did you perceive, putting to one side the pro-Palestinian protesters, but did you perceive amongst your own circle of friends who are not Jewish a lack of sympathy or support for what you were going through after the 2nd of October?
I did, and friendships ended. Friendships ended. Long-term friendships ended because, in one case, I was told that my reaction, I needed help, that I needed to go and see a psychologist. My upsetness didn't make sense. And this was a long-time friend, a journalist friend. We had worked together for years. And I did perceive that. And in the end, a lot of the people that I had worked with, not all, I mean, I still have close connections with people I work with, friendships, but a lot of them that had come to celebrate my book no longer get in touch with me, haven't got in touch with me from October the 7th onwards.
Anything arising out of that?
No, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Gawenda. You are excused.
Thank you.
I'll now adjourn till 2:10. Yes, Ms. Hager.
Commissioner, I now call a witness who will be known as Sarah only. She's present in the hearing room.
Yes.
Please come forward. And her image will not be shown on the live stream.
Yes.
Affirmation, please.
You solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please say I do.
I do.
I will refer to you just by the name Sarah for the purposes of today. Is that all right?
Yep, perfect.
And I confirm your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a statement dated 24 April 2026, correct?
Yes,
And do you have a copy of that statement there with you?
I do.
And is that still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
I tender that statement, which is stat.899.0018.0001R.
Yes, that statement will be marked as Exhibit 1.63.
You outline in your statement some of your experiences during your school years. You first attended a Church of England girls' school for primary school in Sydney, is that right?
I did. I started there and then I actually relocated overseas to Hong Kong for a number of years. And then I returned back to that primary school and finished primary school there and a couple of the early years of high school.
And you, in about year 4, you recount an experience you had at that time where upon learning you were Jewish, some of your peers asked you where your horns and your tail were.
Yeah.
How did that make you feel at the time?
It was one of the first times where you recognize that there's something different about you. So grade 4, you're usually 8-ish, 8, 9 maybe, depending. And to be asked where are your horns and tail is a very strange concept for a kid to really understand of what do you mean.
Mm. And then in year 8, you left that school and moved to a Jewish school. Why was that?
Ongoing bullying at the school that I was at. There had been previous instances. One of them, for instance, in religion class, which was one of the compulsory subjects in primary school. I wasn't allowed to answer the questions because the teacher had said, you can't answer this, you're a Jew. And the ongoing bullying that had happened for various reasons that kids don't understand. I didn't understand. But then I relocated to a Jewish school from grade 8.
And how did you find that experience at the Jewish school by comparison?
It was nice to belong somewhere, for there to be an understanding of that sort of cultural element of what it means to be Jewish. And my family is traditional, not Orthodox, which just means we, follow the holidays. We do Shabbat, but we don't keep all of the laws of the Torah. And it was nice to be at this school where you belonged, but it was also really strange because I went from a school that you could just walk in the gate to having to go through security guards. And there being people with guns on premises and there being actual gates that you have to go through security to be able to enter a school. And so that wasn't my experience in my primary years. And to then go to that, it is a big shock to think that that's what's actually needed for Jewish kids.
And your children, they attend a Jewish school as well?
They do. Part of the decision is for safety of the kids. I have a lot of family that are connected quite closely to the Jewish community. My father-in-law is a rabbi. I have to consider safety as a big part for raising my children. And given the experiences that I had growing up, it wasn't really like the question of where do we send them wasn't, okay, what school's great in the area? It's, a Jewish school is important for safety and for Jewish learning. And that's a big part of it. And it's hard because even if I wanted to consider other options now for various reasons, I know I include in my statement, I have a gifted child. I can't really consider alternate schools at the moment for safety reasons. If he needed a different school because of his academic prowess, it's not really something that I can consider because I need to keep him safe.
You give an example in your statement about how security concerns have impacted how that school runs things, and you give an example of the cross country, which is normally run at a public park, but had to be relocated to an athletics track.
Since October 7th, October 8th here, there has been significant increases in the security for the kids at the school. Things have to be reviewed as to whether or not they can walk to the local park to participate. Because of what's happened since December 14th, there's been massive increases in the risk analysis of can our kids go on certain school excursions,
there are relocations of events from where they've always held them, public parks or certain swimming pools, where they now have to go, is this a safe location for our children? Can we keep security here? Are there other public people here? Do we have to be aware of what else is going on? So they've relocated a number of the events to make sure that they can be safe and can be contained.
Moving back then to your story, and in particular your work as a clinical psychologist.
Sure.
You've been practicing as a clinical psychologist for 11 years, is that right?
I have. So I studied at a university. I did 3 degrees, local university, did a Bachelor of Psychology, and then did a clinical master's and a PhD. And I now am a clinical psychologist, and I have been practicing for a very long time. And observing what's happened through both my studies and now as a clin psych is frightening. I know that as a clin psych, I can go through all the examples that I provide as what I see in the therapy room, but also my experiences as a therapist in the mental health space. But if we go back to, yes, I had issues at school, at university. I was at university for a very long time. I'm a perpetual student. And it was about 10 years. And during that time, there was also the Intifada. And there was a lot of stuff that would happen at uni with posters, and there would be swastikas written everywhere. But I was a part of the Australian Union of Jewish Students. And we had incidences that were harassment to us as students. And then those types of things continued through. And it's the stuff that I still hear in my clinic for people who are university students now. I have so many people that I'm seeing currently that are not welcome anymore in academic spaces or in places of profession, which I know we're hearing for other people today. And you know, I know the previous person before me made a comment of he was told to go see a psychologist. I'm one of those people go see. And part of it is because it's a really hard time at the moment to function. And there's a lot to unpack that we don't understand.
And of course, without wanting to trench upon patient confidentiality, you give an example at paragraph 24 of your statement of a question that some Jewish children have asked you in the course of your practice. What's that question?
Why do they hate us? So I practice across the lifespan. I work with children, adolescents, adults. And it's not only kids who ask this, but when a 9-year-old comes and asks, why do they hate us? Why do I have to hide my uniform? What is it about me that they don't like? What have I done? And that's a 9-year-old, a 14-year-old, a 17-year-old, a 22-year-old at uni. The same questions get asked, and how do you answer that? It's not a question that actually has legitimacy in an answer of there is no real good reason. It's a question we've been trying to answer for a very, very long time. And so the only thing that you can do is say, there isn't a good enough reason. But if we would, when they then go, but why doesn't anybody stand up for us? Or why doesn't anybody say, oh, this isn't okay? You go into in-group, out-group social psychology of sometimes there can be voices that are very, very loud. And even though other people in that group may not agree with those ideas, if you were to say something, you can be ostracized. And that can be if you've got groups that are the out group, which currently are the Jewish people, or people will say Zionists, or whatever term they want to use, they're the out group. You've then got the people that are the in group that are going, they're not okay. And the question becomes of, what about the people that aren't saying, hey, I don't agree with this idea and we're all one kind? To explain that to a 9-year-old is very, very hard because adults in this room can't understand that either.
I can imagine. You've also, in your statement, set out some examples in which you in your own professional circles have felt marginalised. And I particularly wanted to ask you about the Facebook group that you were a member of, that you talk about from paragraph 19 of
Sure.
your statement. For around 10 years, you were a member of a Facebook group that consisted of approximately 2,500 clinical psychologists. Is that right?
Yep.
And to your observation, for what was the purpose of that group, on your understanding?
The establishment of the group originally was for collegiality, cohesion, shared referrals, discussion of like therapeutic modalities, who could see this client. I'm seeing this type of person. Would there be any books that you'd recommend? And it really was a very collaborative space for psychologists to be able to work together and share resources and to share essentially referrals or whose books are open. And it from its establishment, it grew to the size of 2,500 people. It didn't start that size.
And to your observation, prior to October 7, did political issues tend to arise in that group? And if they did, what sort of engagement did they capture?
Very, very rarely. It was very rare for it to turn political. Sometimes it would have been a single post about the yes vote, as in for same-sex marriage, or the yes vote for the referendum. But beyond that, there was very, very little political activism in the group. It really was about, the space for psychologists to be able to share resources and, stuff around referrals, or to support each other going, hey, yeah, I've had a really hard day too. That, what is the sort of self-care that you do? It wasn't political.
So following October 7, you recount a post someone made that was calling for the signing of a petition, in quotes, for health professionals for action on the humanitarian crisis in Palestine. Is that right?
Yeah.
And then after that, you observed Jewish colleagues indicating that the posts were inappropriate for the purpose of the group. Is that right?
Yeah.
And how did you know them to be Jewish colleagues?
Most of the people it's a small community. We know each other's names, they're fellow clinicians. Most of us know each other on Facebook, so there's an awareness of who these people are. I personally refer to a lot of them. And so you actually get to know people, and after 10 years being in a group, you also know who the fellow clinicians are. From October 7th, there had been increasing posts about what was going on in Gaza and the humanitarian crisis, and it was heavily one-sided. There hadn't been much discussion at all, if any, to do with what was going on, with October 7th itself. But this particular one, it was signing a petition specifically for health professionals, and it became very heated.
So after your colleagues indicated that it was inappropriate in the context of the purpose of the group, some comments followed, and they included the examples you've given at paragraph 21. So the silence and the silencing on genocide by our profession has been deafening, and also it's a shame to see every hospital in Gaza targeted by Israel. If you're neutral in situations of injustice, you've chosen the side of the oppressor. How did you react as a Jewish person seeing those sorts of comments in a professional group of this kind?
It's very hard when, as a professional in this space, we're meant to be able to hold dualities. I'm meant to be able to remain neutral, or at least be able to hold two competing ideas at once, understand suffering on both sides, understand and provide compassion for both. I need to be able to see someone in my room, and no matter what color, what religion, what creed, what sexuality, I have to be able to hold compassion for them. That is part of the requirement for me to be a good therapist. And to see therapists holding space for one side only, and to start engaging in dialogue that is exceptionally divisive, and not being able to engage in dialogue with the other side going, this is an appropriate forum for this, but if you want to talk about it, we'll talk about it with you. It escalated so much that the responses from the Jewish clinicians got removed because they were saying this isn't the right place for it. And then the moderator of the group actually put up polls going, it's, who believes that our roles as therapists is to also be activists or to take a stand, and it became so heated and so unsafe as a clinician to be on the group if you held a different idea or could sit in the place of both sides. That I left the group, and a number of other clinicians have as well. It no longer became a safe place for us.
And what about your participation across groups of this kind in your profession generally? Do you find there are other social media forums in which you can participate safely, or?
I've had to create
not?
my own.
Okay.
So, and privately, not in public spaces. You go into a number of the groups, whether it's the Australian social workers or certain psychologist groups or EMDR groups, and unfortunately there is now such a political activism for one particular group. Now, I'm a humanist. I believe in everybody having a voice and understand suffering from all perspectives, and I think that's important. But we don't hear about Syria or Congo or Ukraine is very quiet now. If these groups proliferated these ideas for support for everybody, it would be different. But it is so targeted for what's happening in Israel and Gaza that it becomes, and it goes into being anti-Semitic rather than political. Because if it was everybody, if it was about these ideals, then it would be across all groups, not just this particular group.
Thank you for coming to give your evidence today. I have no further questions.
Thank you. You are excused.
I now call a witness who has been allocated the pseudonym ABM, and she is present in the hearing room.
Yes.
And I understand is content for her image to be shown on the live stream.
Yes.
I do.
You have been allocated the pseudonym ABM, and I will refer to you in that way today. And I confirm your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a statement dated 3rd of May 2026, correct?
That's correct.
And do you have a copy of that statement there with you?
I do, yes.
And is that statement still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
That's correct.
I tender that statement, which is stat 8999.0052.0006R.
Yes, that statement will be Exhibit 1.64.
You are Jewish?
I am, yes.
And while we, of course, won't be mentioning your name, you have a first name and a last name that you would describe as Jewish-sounding names.
Yes, I would say that's correct. Both my first name and my last name would, to most, be identifiably Jewish.
In August 2025, you commenced a new role in a global company that is Australian-owned and headquartered, correct?
That's correct.
And that role involved working with, for example, international organisations as stakeholders, correct?
Correct.
And the company has several global divisions, including an Israeli division.
Correct.
And you note that your predecessor was based in Israel and had an Israeli nationality, correct? You then go on to describe how someone within the company told you that concerns had been expressed about your predecessor by an external stakeholder. What did they tell you about those concerns?
They had told me that this particular international stakeholder had raised the issue that my predecessor was of Israeli nationality, and there was concern of being affiliated with Israel and the political views and everything that's attached to that individual as an Israeli, and that they had simply requested not to work with that individual or any individuals in the Israeli division.
Did hearing that cause you any concern for your own position at this company?
Look, I was concerned to be hearing that. Generally, you definitely don't expect to hear that in a workplace setting as well.
But I did think that myself coming in as an Australian and not as an Israeli, that I probably wouldn't have the same direct impact that my predecessor did.
2 weeks after you commenced your role at this company, you had a meeting with its CEO, correct?
Correct.
And what did the CEO raise with you in that meeting?
In that meeting, he again raised the sensitivities with this particular external stakeholder and the sensitivities that they had in relation to Israel. This external stakeholder we were working with on a big commercial partnership. And my CEO raised the fact that my identifiably Jewish name could potentially add some complexity to the relationship and to that partnership. And it could in turn potentially have negative commercial outcomes as well.
And did the CEO indicate that they'd consulted with anybody else in the company about this issue prior to approaching you?
Yes, prior to this conversation, he had a conversation consulted with the board of directors on what the best path forward would be in relation to this.
And what did the CEO suggest was the best path forward?
He suggested or sort of requested perhaps that I would go by a different name in the workplace setting, particularly in external meetings, and use a name that was less obviously Jewish.
Did he indicate whether he'd spoken to the IT department about this?
Yes, I think the wheels were sort of in motion already to change. Not only it wasn't about the way that I would present myself in meetings, but also to the extent that my email address would be changed to a different name, my email signature, the way that I was referred to in internal directories, etc.
And in the meeting in that moment, how did you react to this suggestion?
To be honest, I think I was in pure shock that this was a conversation being had. But I think there's sort of an internal debate or dilemma that, there's a conflict between wanting to do well in the position. I was new to the role. I hadn't yet established myself, and I wanted to be perceived as cooperative and acting in the best interest of the company and wanting to appease my boss. But then on the other hand, there was this debate of instantly knowing that what was being asked of me was not something that I felt comfortable with and was easy to digest. But ultimately, I thought that there was, no other option really but to comply with the request.
And so you did end up complying and adopting a different name. Was that just in outward-facing meetings or also internally?
So it was both, but more so in external, outward-facing meetings. But again, as I alluded to, it's sort of the knock-on effect was my email address and the way I was written in internal systems as well. So in effect, it was internally as well.
And at paragraph 16, you say that you felt you were being asked at work to carry and manage assumptions linked to Israel simply because you were Jewish. Can you explain that for us a little more?
I think in this context, what I mean by that is my Jewish identity or my name and that being synonymous with being Jewish, that became conflated with assumptions about Israel. And beyond that, with being tied to a foreign conflict that I had nothing to do with and no personal involvement in. And so there became this underlying assumption that because I am visibly Jewish, I might somehow be associated with particular views about Israel and how others may perceive that. And it was purely an assumption based on my identity. And I think, many other Jewish professionals might experience, a similar expectation that they have to carry the responsibility for and need to answer about events occurring in Israel and the Middle East, whether or not they have a connection to it or hold any, particular political views. So this, in the end, that situation was really simply about me being Jewish. I was perceived through that geopolitical lens on a conflict on the other side of the world.
Mm. And at a certain point after that initial shock, it began to sink in what had happened to you and what you'd been asked to do. Can you describe what sort of emotions and feelings came upon you at that point?
I think, the impact was quite profound and really multifaceted, both in an emotional way and professionally. But ultimately, I think it was really challenging something that was fundamental about how I saw myself in a professional environment. And it became quite emotionally unsettling. I suppose I felt a sense of shame that I hadn't felt before. And not because I was ashamed of being Jewish, I'm a proud Jew, but because I was suddenly made aware that something so deeply personal to me could be negatively viewed by others, and that there was an expectation that I should adopt myself just to fit in. And so there was a level of, self-consciousness that I hadn't previously carried. And I became, acutely aware of how I was being perceived by others and the assumptions that would carry. I think there was sort of a cumulative emotional effect, because instead of, being excited and showing up in a new job and focusing on building relationships and putting my best foot forward, I found myself questioning my value and questioning my impact. And a part of my energy was being consumed in monitoring and managing that part of my identity.
You ultimately left that company and started a new one. Did this experience have any impact on how you approached that new role at the new company?
Yeah, it certainly did in many ways. I think prior to this event, I sort of took comfort in the assumption that if you worked hard, you were capable, you acted professionally, that was the basis in which you were judged, and that I was proven that does not always ring true. And so here I was being judged purely on my identity and my Jewish identity and nothing else. And so taking that into other work environments, I guess I questioned a number of things. I questioned firstly of whether or not I would have equal employment opportunity in the future. If I wanted to succeed, would I have to again hide part of myself or alter the way that I show up to progress in my career? And it really made me question of whether or not I can be outwardly and openly Jewish in professional workplaces, and what that would look like in future roles.
From paragraph 23 of your statement, you offer some reflections, and one of which is a reflection on history and what that's shown us. What is the lesson that you think can be learned from history in that way?
I think if history shows us anything, it's that discrimination rarely begins with overt exclusion. It often starts with, small, seemingly practical concessions, which are framed as just minor adjustments. And that was similar to what I experienced. Is it was presented as something that was rational, in the best interest of business. It was pragmatic. And what that shows us is often over time, if left unchallenged, those boundaries can very easily shift. Reflecting on, historic examples, including that of the Jews in 1930s Germany, where similarly they were asked to hide parts of their identity, and early limitations and social exclusions escalated far more severe and escalated into far more severe and systemic discrimination. And while my experience certainly does not measure up or is comparable in scale, to me it raised a concern about how easily the early stages of exclusion can be rationalised and are embedded in everyday decisions and not necessarily recognised for what they are.
Thank you for coming along today. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank
You
you.
are excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, the next witness is Dani Valent, who
Yes.
is present in the hearing room.
Yes.
Affirmation, please.
Solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please say I do.
I do.
May I ask you to please state your name?
Dani Valent.
You are a food writer and a food journalist.
Yes, I am.
You contributed to a book of essays published in the last couple of years in which Jewish women in Australia reflected on their life here post October 7. Is that right?
Correct. It's called Ruptured.
And you've made a submission to this Royal Commission which comprised your contribution to that collection of essays. Is that right?
Correct.
Commissioner, I tender that submission. It has doc ID stat.899.0049.0009.
Yes, that will be Exhibit 1.65.
Ms. Valent, I'd like to invite you to read your essay, if you will.
Thank you. The essay is called Open Hiding. My brother spoke at a Child Survivors of the Holocaust gathering in Melbourne in October 2024. Some families suffer from intergenerational trauma, he said. Our family is not one of those. My father, a child survivor, now 86, was there. He reached for my brother's hand when he finished speaking. My brother's existence, eloquence, and especially his happiness are among the many victories of my father's survival. My niece spoke next, my sister's older daughter, now 14. When she was 9, she travelled with her parents and grandparents to Bratislava and Budapest to visit the sites of her grandfather's Holocaust-shadowed childhood. The cellar he sheltered in, the street corner where his parents were captured and taken away, the apartment where he lived in open hiding as a Christian. I didn't know what open hiding meant, said my niece, but I am starting to understand it more. So am I. Since October 7, 2023, I have worn a Star of David necklace and hidden it under my top. I have worn a Star of David and touched it most minutes, pressing it against my heart. I have taken off my Star of David because I'm going out. I have taken off my Star of David because I might not remember to keep it hidden. I have left my Star of David at home because I'm scared. I used to feel the same as my brother. We did not suffer intergenerational trauma, but I have realised it was waiting in my blood. My cells seized with it and they have not eased. The rhetoric around the Hamas attacks and the Israeli response has been like screams in my face, footfalls chasing me from behind, when the only conversations I can have are quiet and horrified. The dialogues clatter in black and white when all I see is grey. Complexity written upon old stories that don't slot into glib binaries, facile slogans, or meme metrics. Over and over again, I develop answers to questions that no one asks. Positions that are subtle but unimpeachable and endlessly rehearsed.
I feel responsible, like I will be held to account. I practice vigilance, my skin awake, veins twanging, voice shrinking. This is the hiding. I have words to say, but no courage or breath to say them. I have stories to tell, but no faith that hearts are open and listening. As a writer, it is a strange feeling to be silenced by the notion that communicating is pointless. There is this feeling of waiting for it to go away, to go back, to go forward. But if I have learned anything, it is that away just means within. And what is it, anyway? My father told me early on in all this that I did not have to speak or solve. We survived by staying quiet, he said. I don't consider myself a quiet person. As a restaurant critic and freelance food journalist with a podcast and a public profile, my trade is in opinion. It is not my habit to throw my thoughts around lightly. Rather, I gather them carefully, plat them slowly, logic bound to lexicon. I try to be accurate and contextual, leaning on the moral protection and indeed the legal excuse of truthfulness and facts. But they are an insufficient shield in these times. The week before October 7, 2023, I visited an Israeli restaurant in my neighbourhood with the aim of reviewing it. I loved the place. The herb oil slashed into tahini, lamb in juicy, salty strands pushed into golden fried pita, barramundi baked in a rich, spicy tomato sauce, the Friday challah and candles. But I held back on publishing. It was not the right time. I thought about slotting in the story months later, every month actually. No, not now. They might get harassed. Not yet and not yet. I berate myself for a lack of courage. I tell myself it's fine to stay quiet. I am brave. I am scared. I touch my Star of David and put my computer away. It's my choice how I allow myself to be drained. Should I review that new Palestinian food truck? Is food still communion, a site of sharing and exchange? I remember my own trip to Europe with my father when I was 21. We went to his childhood sites of near misses and disaster, surveying them like anthropologists, distant at times, plunged into horror at others. Budapest, where Jews were shot into the river, making it run red. We watched the water rushing by, then walked to eat cake. Auschwitz, choking with ghosts. Leaving the concentration camp, I offered to drive and sent the car almost immediately over a curb, lurching, my eyes blurred, banal danger layered over vast historical peril. We drove to the old family farm in Slovakia, where my father spent happy summers before the war, then was hidden for 6 terrifying weeks in 1944. In one field, an ancient peasant couple emerged from a dim, low-roofed cottage. My father spoke to them in halting Slovak and, like a dawn breaking, they slowly recognised the small child returned, their stiff clothes bending like boards as they held their hands to their faces, the gentle surprise of the unshockable. My father took me to a cornfield, the leaves whispering, the sun steely behind grey clouds in the late afternoon. I used to do this when I was little, he told me, then pushed between the corn plants and crouched down so he was hidden, a man playing at being a boy. He was lost to me for moments, everything breathing. Then the sun found a way through the grey, the corn a sudden green and golden shimmer. My father stood up, no longer hidden. I am here.
To share the essay that you wrote.
I am here for my father, who survived the worst expression of Jew hate. I'm here for my children, who are at least Jewish enough to be persecuted by the old rules. I'm here for my relative, whose best friend was killed at Bondi. I'm here for the small group of Jewish friends I've gathered around me over the past 3 years, partly to bear witness, partly to share kid pics and new ideas for how to eat pickles. I am here for anyone who needs to see Jews standing up.
Food can be a wonderful contributor to social cohesion. We've heard some terrible stories in the last few days about anti-Semitism. How do you see us promoting social cohesion?
It's good to be talking about anti-Semitism. The testimonies are devastating, the actions are unacceptable, the hurt is real, and so are the bodies at Bondi Beach. But I don't believe hate for Jewish people will ebb simply by airing it. Stern words and legislation can quash some expressions of racism, but they can't dismantle it or dissolve it in the heart. This commission is also about social cohesion. If Australia really wants to solve anti-Semitism, we need to make this country better for everyone. We need to ensure everyone lives in safety and dignity, has a well-resourced and rounded education, and lives with a sense of purpose and belonging, found in the real, rich world we all share, not down algorithmic rabbit holes. When people are having hard lives, they look for reasons, and blame can find easy targets. I think of a 13-year-old girl Googling, "Where do Jews live?" before stealing a car to run some over. Surely there were multiple missed opportunities for another way for that young life to roll out. I'm grateful for this Royal Commission. It's an unusual intervention in world history, that is for sure. The signal that this matters is important. Thank you to all of you who are part of it. It gives me hope that Australia can still be the country my grandparents fled to.
Thank you.
Can I ask, just directing your attention for a minute to when we learnt in Australia of the events in Israel on the 7th of October. What was your reaction to learning of those events?
That week was the week leading up to the referendum for the voice to Parliament. And to me, the way Australians have responded to the events of October 7 and the war that followed is very much tied in with the no vote, and I think an underlying shame that is inherent in Australia around that. Obviously, I was devastated by what had happened in Israel on October 7. I'm also devastated by what's happened following that in Gaza. I have no answers to the big problem of the Middle East, but I think, we have an opportunity in Australia to be a place where people gather in community, and I want to be part of that, and I think this commission is part of that as well.
Thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mr Lancaster will be taking the next witness.
Yes.
Commissioner, the next witness is Mr Daniel Onas. Would please the witness box.
An oath, what? I do.
What's your full name, please?
Daniel Onas.
You're here in your capacity as president of the Ajax Junior Football Club?
Correct.
You made a statement dated 1 May 2026?
That's correct.
The contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
Commissioner, the doc ID is stat.8999.0036.0001_R. I tender the statement.
Yes, that will be Exhibit 1.66.
Mr. Onas, you're a Jewish Australian living with your family in Melbourne?
I am, yes.
Ajax Juniors is a club playing Australian rules football in Victoria?
That's correct, yes.
And Ajax is a member club of a broader league and organisation. Can you describe the structure of that, please?
So Ajax is a part of the SMJFL, the South Metro Junior Football League. The SMJFL is made up of 26 different clubs and over 10,000 participants. Ajax has been in its existence as a junior club for over 50 years, and we have over 750 members, players, a mix of boys and girls.
And the teams include kids from Jewish day schools, from government schools, from private schools?
Yes, we represent kids across all schools, highly represented by kids that go to Jewish day schools, but also non-Jewish schools across Melbourne.
And the age range of the kids who play in the South Metro Junior Football League?
Yeah. So players range from as young as under 8s, so 7-year-olds, all the way through to under 18s, so kids that are finishing their schooling in Year 12.
Thank you. In your statement, you outline a regular series of anti-Semitic incidents that Ajax players have reported to the club over the last few football seasons. You say in paragraph 7 that since October 2023, the club has experienced an unprecedented increase in anti-Semitic incidents on and around the football field. And your statement gives a snapshot of formal reports of anti-Semitic incidents, which I'll ask you about in a minute. But you also indicate that the reported incidents aren't exhaustive of what occurs, and the ones that you set out in your tables in your statement are the ones formally reported to the club. I just want to get an idea of the other incidents. Well, I think you refer to them as on the day interventions. Could you describe that?
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, up until, as you said, up until October 7 in 2023, we had what I would say is a consistent low number of anti-Semitic incidences across the season, maybe 1, 2. In 2023, we had 3 incidences of anti-Semitic conduct. The incidences that we haven't included in our table, but as you say, resolved on the day, were events that, between team managers of the 2 clubs, we were able to address the issue and gain a level of comfort, both from our own players and parents and those of the opposition, that we were satisfied that we didn't need to take the event further. It's not to say that we didn't keep records of them or, keep a track of those no less significant events, but that they were not what we considered needed for taking further action.
So what kind of thing are you referring to?
They would still be anti-Semitic slurs said by an opposition player to one of our players, or particular references to being Jewish that our players took offence to, or that parents on the sidelines may have heard. The role of the team manager in a game day for our club goes well beyond what it should, and certainly what a team manager would be expected to fulfil from a club other than Ajax, is to be aware of if and when those events occur in a game, to address them immediately with the opposition and try to seek a resolution on the day.
Well, I think you referred to another example of these on-the-day interventions.
Yes.
Might be taken if there's conduct like players refusing to shake hands in circumstances where it's pretty clear they're doing that because they're playing a Jewish team or a team of Jewish
certainly
players.
we've had experiences where that's occurred, when ordinarily even in our older age groups, teams will line up and shake hands at the end of the game. That has unfortunately on occasions not been the case, where particular players from a certain team would not want to do that.
You've highlighted in your statement the 6 formally reported incidents for the 2024 football season. And then for the 2025 season, you indicate in your statement that you established a formal internal incident register to keep closer track of that. And you've highlighted 8 formally reported incidents from that season.
Yes.
Can I just ask you to address a couple of the examples of those incidents? So if you have your statement
Yes.
there in paragraph 10, you set out the table. Could you describe incident 2 as you've indicated in May 2024? What happened then?
So in this game involving one of our under 14 teams, so for context, that's made up of players that are generally 13 years of age, and for Ajax, that is footballers who have just been in their bar mitzvah year or had their bar mitzvahs, so a very significant year and milestone in their life. In that particular game, an opposition player asked one of our players if they were Jewish, and innocently enough, the player responded that he was, to which the opposition player remarked, "Hitler should have finished you off." An extremely jarring and confronting remark for a young player to hear.
That was reported to the league that you play in, correct?
Yes.
And I'll ask you a little later in your evidence about that process of reporting and
sure
the response that you've received to that. Can I also ask you about incident 4 in the 2024 season that occurred in August 2024?
Yes. So in that game, involving under 12s, so an even younger age group, the opposition player remarked to our players, "Imagine being Jewish, F the Jews," after the siren of the game finishing.
And you described that as a game that was a final match, a finals
yes, it
match.
was.
And also that it was witnessed by other members of the team, other 11-year-olds on the other.
Yeah, it was.
Team.
It was witnessed by many. It was made without any provocation from our player at all. It was at a particularly challenging time with the game having immediately finished. And yes, as you say, multiple other players witnessed the comment being made and reported it.
And then the third and final example I'll ask you about from 2024 is incident 6, which you describe as the most serious of the documented formally reported incidents of that season. Could you explain to the Commissioner what happened in that instance?
In this game, this was an under-18 game, so we're talking about the oldest age group that our players participate in. This was a finals game, and there were several comments made towards our players. One player said to one of our players, "You effing Jews," directly to one of our players. Another player called a parent of our players who was attending the match a bloody Jew and a Jewish dog. We were collectively referred to in a separate slur as a bunch of Jewish dogs. And then one player attempted to remove the kippah from one of our players' heads, a religious player who bravely was, willing to wear his kippah during play, as many of our players still do and historically have, deliberately trying to intimidate and a physical demonstration of hate and anti-Semitism.
The offensiveness is obvious enough, but you describe in paragraph 33 of your statement a particular additional concern that you had with this particular incident. Could you explain that, please?
Yeah, well, the game was a very emotionally charged game. It was a finals game. Football is, well known to be a very emotional, physical game, and so finals always bring additional levels of heat, shall I say. But the fact that in this game, the number of individual references and continued aggression shown towards our players was incredibly dehumanising, very, just very confronting for our players who really are there to try and win a game of football, trying to progress to a grand final. These are kids who would have spent that whole week thinking about what they're going to do in that game to get to the last game of the season, and instead of being able to focus on that, we're instead forced to deal with that level of abuse, and it actually spilt over, as I referenced, with one of the parents being targeted. Normally, these incidences have largely been inside of the fence, but this took that to another level in terms of parent involvement, and the witnesses that were present on that day included the CEO of the Victorian CSG Community Security Group, who we engage with very regularly and have had to, unfortunately, since October 7 with regards to safety and security. He was acting as the umpire escort on that day in a volunteer role for the club. He witnessed those events and was part of the reporting process that followed.
I'll ask you a
Mr.
question
Lancaster,
about that.
just before you leave 2024, can I ask one further
Of course.
matter? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
Yes.
there was an incident that you also recorded, which I appreciate is not of the severity of the last one, but in the under-14s game in
Yes.
May,
Yes.
at the handshake,
Yes.
one little 13-year-old came over and made a gesture at one of your players and said, "Free Palestine."
That's correct.
And do I take it the gesture was not friendly?
No, it was certainly not friendly, and this was, yes, as you say, at the end of the game when players should be shaking hands, saying "good game, well done." Instead, our player was greeted with that barrage.
For the 2025 season, your statements also set out a table of incidents. Can I just ask you about one of those from May 2025, the senior division incident that you've recorded in the table? Can you explain or describe what occurred in that instance?
Sorry, can I just clarify, because there are two open
the
age
second
ones. The
entrance.
second one?
Second entry in the table.
Yeah. So there was a reference to one of our players overheard opposition players saying, "Jew faggots must have paid the umpires." There were Ajax represented umpires in that game, which is often the case that we have players, young players, who are also acting as umpires as a job, and are often allocated randomly to Ajax games. And in this case, that was the reference that was made. Obviously a comment about the umpiring or result of the game, but was directly heard by our players.
So it's clear enough the incidents have included player-to-player abuse, but also of parents on the sideline and the umpires themselves.
That's right. That incident was referred to the league for investigation as well. Not all incidences are, but that one was.
In a later part of your statement, paragraph 52 and following, you describe the effect of these incidents that you've observed on young players and others who hear this kind of anti-Semitic abuse. What have you noticed about the effect on the young players?
The effect of this abuse, sustained abuse, particularly over the last two seasons, has been immense. our players should be able to expect to turn up and play a game of sport, a game of football that they love without having to deal with any sort of vilification. As a result of these incidences, we've had players from as young as 7 years of age targeted with anti-Semitism. That particular case, which we didn't go into detail, was one where a boy was told that because he was Jewish, the opposition team would be able to beat them. Now, you imagine how a 7-year-old deals with something like that. The questions that they would have, that they would ask of their parents: why did he say that to me? Why is he saying that? What does that even mean? Very distressing. All these incidences have taken a really heavy toll on our players, young, old, and not just our players, but the processes often require them to give multiple statements, evidence, recounting what happened. It's a very difficult thing for young kids to have to endure. As I said, when really all they should be doing is playing football, and they carry that with them beyond just the Sunday games. It follows through to school. They have to be questioned about it, reflect on it, and what's even more terrible is then when the following Sunday comes along and the next game arrives, they're doubting, they're wondering what's going to happen this Sunday. What am I going to hear? What am I going to be presented with from the opposition? Do I want to play? Am I comfortable? Am I safe? These are all the things that our players have had to consider.
And the consequential impact on parents and the families of the players?
Yeah, equally so, potentially in some cases even more so. I mean, a role of the parent is to ensure that their children are safe. And, you know, for the 25 other clubs that play football in the SMJFL, this is not a consideration for them at all. Our parents, particularly the parents of the kids who have been victims of anti-Semitism, they've told us, you know, they question whether it is safe for their kids to be playing football. Whether it's safe for them to be training in a public space as a Jewish club. They've had to carry the burden of counselling their own kids. And even for those parents, the majority whose kids have not been targeted in these cases, but are teammates or know of these incidents, they then needed to prepare their kids. Listen, you need to be prepared that an opposition player might try and target you because you're Jewish, try and get under your skin. They may not even know what it is they're saying. It might just be something that they've heard or seen on social media, but you need to be prepared that this might happen. So the parents and by extension the club and its administrators, it's borne a very heavy toll.
You also address the impact on club officials and volunteers, and this becomes particularly relevant when you describe the process of complaints that Ajax made to the league and the way that the league has dealt with it. So if you could first just describe the effect on club officials and volunteers, and then I'd ask you to just give a brief summary of the way that complaints to the league have been handled and what the outcome of that was.
Yep, certainly. So I would say that from 2024 onwards, post October 7, 2023, the club was well aware and prepared for what might come. We knew, with what we'd seen publicly with the rise of anti-Semitism, that as a football club we needed to be prepared to deal with that. And so part of our preparation in the off-season was to engage with CSG from a security point of view. We ran training sessions with our parents, players from the age of 13 up, around de-escalating situations that may arise, how to handle an in-game situation where anti-Semitism has occurred, whether it be verbal, physical, and the message that was given was that we want to de-escalate those situations. We don't want to add fuel and increase the danger and risk of things getting completely out of hand. So we put our entire club through that training and the preparation required from our committee and executive team to put all of that in place, and the time and the hours of the facilitators of those sessions was immense. Those are not conversations that parents and young footballers should be having, but they were things that we needed to do. And as we expected, and as you can see from my statement, those incidences followed in great number. And then the dealing with those incidences after the fact were exhausting. And by the end of the 2024 season, as evidenced by the letter that we wrote to the league, was we were just at our wits' end, in response to the amount of time and effort and energy and pain that we had to go through as a club to deal with the process of incident management, witness statements, communication with clubs back and forth. In 2024, the process was first to try and resolve the matter between the two clubs, which is a very arduous and difficult task, considering that the administrators of most clubs do not have an understanding of the complexities of anti-Semitism, and therefore don't have the ability to help deal or resolve those situations as far as how to question their own players, how to treat sanctions, how to try to find ways to educate. So that burden fell entirely on our club, Ajax, and our incident managers, our parents' team managers, who are all involved in that process, week after week after week. 2024 averaged one incident per week over the course of the season. So you can imagine the impact of that on our volunteers.
And then you took complaints to the league. How was that dealt with?
So the process that was followed was that if we could not get a resolution between the two clubs, that a report would be filed and managed by the league. In 2025, changes were made following the feedback that we gave following that incident that was discussed earlier in the under-17 game, where the 4 different anti-Semitic remarks were made, and that the process of club to club resolution was removed, and that incidences were referred directly to a private investigator, and that's how the majority of incidences were dealt with in 2025. The challenge that we've had throughout both those seasons is that, particularly in 2024, the burden was on Ajax to, find out and validate or prove that the remarks had been made. Clubs in certain cases, and in fairness, some clubs certainly did try to resolve and seek to understand what had happened. But if a player on the opposing side did not own up, or there was no person that the comment could be attributed to, then a lack of evidence meant that, that particular incident could not be, worked through to a sanction or to a proper resolution. So the process was still followed, and the league would follow its process to that point. But as you can imagine, not to our satisfaction. We were often not able to communicate back to our parents who, you know, obviously distressed and concerned and wanting to know the outcome. You know, part of being able to move on from these incidences is to be able to understand and know that, you know, that player owned up to it. They received a suspension of X number of weeks. They agreed to participate in some sort of education, either at the Holocaust Museum or some sort of education that the club itself was willing to be a part of. But yeah, in many cases that didn't happen. 2025, we saw the league install a new, more robust vilification policy.
Refer to that as the updated vilification management process from May last year.
That's correct.
And have things improved under that process?
Yeah, we've been satisfied that the improvement has been evident, certainly from a process and procedural perspective in terms of the club's ability to manage situations and incidences after the fact. The league reiterated its zero tolerance stance on vilification, although not specifically mentioning anti-Semitism. Reading between the lines, given the heightened situation since October 7, you know, a large number of the incidents, a large percentage of the volume and administrative burden that the league had also felt as part of the volume of incidences, they sought to tighten things up and create a better process to deal with incidences.
Does that centralised management of issues by the league assisted in relieving the burden on club officials and volunteers from having to deal with these incidents week in, week out?
It's certainly improved it. It has. I mean, the ability to have the incident referred directly to the private investigator takes a lot of the legwork away from the club. It's hard enough administering a club of our numbers as far as pure football is concerned, let alone having to spend the hours that we've had to on incident management. So that has improved it. But ultimately, we are still in the hands of the investigator and the investigator's finding as to the resolution of the incident.
In the last few paragraphs of your statement, you make observations about how the burden of managing anti-Semitism in community sport should, in your view, be managed. Is that kind of centralised complaints process one way that you see would assist in relieving the pressure of parents and individual clubs having to do it all themselves?
Yeah, absolutely it would, and I think we're heading in that direction, certainly as far as the SMJFL is concerned, and its policies and the processes that they have in place now. Yeah, the burden is definitely reduced, but to date it's been you know, fairly and squarely on Ajax as a club to drive that, to continually push and request and, you know, talk to the pain points and talk to the fact that, you know, as a club, it shouldn't be our responsibility to be the key player in finding a better way to resolve these issues. Certainly from the point of view of incidences after the fact, there's a much bigger piece here about prevention and education, and we've had positive conversations with the league about what resources that we can put in place to help them from an education standpoint and a policy standpoint. The league is administered primarily by young umpires as young as 13 or 14 years of age, sometimes younger than the players that they're actually umpiring. These are the people that are in control of these games. The umpires have a huge responsibility as far as control and management, keeping the game in order. It's a lot to ask of them to be able to understand the complexities of anti-Semitism, to know what it is when they hear it, to be able to control the situation, to have the courage to report a player if they hear it. So it certainly, from our perspective, there's a lot of work to be done, and we are happy to work with the league and to help give suggestions. But as far as the workload and the burden, it can't be Ajax's responsibility to manage or drive that. It needs to be owned by the leagues, and that goes all the way to the top. Peak sporting bodies really need to drive this agenda to give it the, I guess, the importance and understanding that it needs.
And we're a few rounds into the 2026 season. Any discernible trend in incidents so far this season?
What I'd say about this season, and we're 3 rounds into this season, obviously when the Bondi attacks occurred in December last year, the club members of the club executive, were heartened by a lot of our club peers reaching out to us with messages of support. Unexpectedly, but very much appreciated. The league offered their support as well. So we were expecting that this year would be another year of difficulty. We've had a couple of incidences so far in the first 3 rounds, one as recently as Sunday. So I expect that the trend will continue. I hope it doesn't. But I think the challenge is around the education of the kids, because we can deal with sanction and we can deal with process, but unless steps are put in place to drive understanding and really make the players and participants, coaches, opposition parents, umpires, administrators of the game understand the significance of anti-Semitism and how it plays in sport. And my kids play other sports. I see the differences between a sport like cricket or basketball, which is not to say that incidences don't occur there, but football is a volatile environment, and unless the education and the steps are put in place around prevention and learning, we will continue to see more incidences throughout 2026.
Thanks, Mr. Onas. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You are excused.
Commissioner, the next witness is Ms. Jillian Segal.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I do.
Thank you, Ms. Segal.
Thank you.
Ms. Segal, your full name, please.
Jillian Segal.
You hold the position of Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism.
I do.
You've made a statement dated 30 April 2026, signed, I think, on the 1st of May.
Yes.
Are the contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Commissioner, the documentary The doc ID for the statement is stat.899.0034.0012_R. There are some minor redactions to 2 paragraphs to keep private some personal information, but I tender the statement.
The statement subject to those 2 redactions will be Exhibit 1.67.
Commissioner, you would have noticed Ms. Segal's statement has on the last page 28 an indication of a series of annexures.
Yes.
Annexures A to J. Leaving annexure H to one side for the moment. We'll deal with that later, but otherwise I tender each of the annexures, and in my submission they're appropriate to be marked as separate exhibits because there'll be other cause to come back to them in subsequent parts of the Commission's hearings.
Yes, very well. Do we have to read out the doc ID numbers?
I can prepare a table, Commissioner. I think that might be the more efficient way to do it.
And that table might include the exhibit numbers, Mr. Lancaster.
Indeed. Ms. Segal, you were appointed Special Envoy on the 9th of July 2024.
Yes, I was.
You're the first person appointed to that position?
In Australia, yes.
In Australia. May I ask you about your own background and experience before your appointment? Could you briefly describe your experience as a lawyer and as a company director of commercial and community service organisations?
Certainly. Well, I have a background that includes, obviously, the law, business, government, and community. So I set that out in quite some detail. But just briefly, I qualified as a lawyer at the University of New South Wales and then at Harvard. I practiced at Allens, became a partner. I then left and became a commissioner, full-time commissioner at ASIC, and then deputy chair. And then when I had completed my term there, I became a non-executive director. I should add, I shouldn't forget that my very first role was as an associate to Sir Anthony Mason, the late Sir Anthony Mason.
I would have corrected you if
exactly.
you didn't.
Sorry. It was a wonderful year and one that really, I think, stood me in great stead. But then when I finished my time at ASIC, I became non-executive director on a number of different boards. I was on some listed company boards, the ASX and National Australia Bank. I was chair of the Banking Ombudsman Board. I became a part-time member of the Council for Multicultural Australia. I became president of the Administrative Review Council, which I just might mention was very much to Sir Anthony's delight because he had been president. Part-time member of the Federal Remuneration Tribunal. I became Deputy Chancellor of the University of New South Wales, a position I held for 9 years. I served on the Council of the Australian War Memorial, and I became Chair of the Independent Parliamentary Expenses Authority when it was established. So that was a government authority. So amongst those, there are some corporate positions and some government positions. So I had quite a lot of government experience. Yes. And I was also, at that time, very much involved in community, not just Jewish community, but general community. Yes. So I was interested in the arts, and I was on the trust of the Sydney Opera House. I was interested in public policy, and I have become a director of the Grattan Institute of Public Policy. I became a non-executive director of the Garvan Institute of Medical Research from 2009 to 2024. So it was a mix of different things. And of course, I became chairman of the General Sir John Monash Foundation, which is Australia's leading scholarship organisation, sending young people overseas to do postgraduate scholars. And I'm still a chairman of that, as well as on the Grattan.
Extensive experience, you've also held senior leadership positions in the Jewish community in
Yes.
New South Wales and Australia.
Yes, I've been deeply involved with the Jewish community throughout my career. I served on the Jewish Board of Deputies for many years as a deputy. And so that's a sort of New South Wales focused organisation. And then I was elected from that organisation to the national body, the Executive Council of Australian Jewry. And I served for about 9 years there as deputy president or secretary. And then in November 2019 to November 2023, I became president of that organisation. And I was also very involved with the Australia-Israel Chamber of Commerce and became chair of that in terms of commercial exchange of knowledge and trade between Australia and Israel. And I continued to be involved with what I call the Jewish community, the JCA, Jewish community, Jewish, goodness, getting confused with the other JCA, but the fundraising body, the main fundraising and allocations body in New South Wales called the JCA. I've been part of that throughout the whole time, and now they have recently reformulated their structure, and now I'm on their board.
Now, with that very extensive experience, you commenced your current position on the 9th of July 2024, and the statement you've prepared attaches the terms of reference of the Special Envoy, but for those who may not be familiar with that role, could you describe the position and what the government intended by creating it?
Sure. The envoy role or the envoy role is very similar to other roles around the world. Australia was the last country, in fact, of Western democracies to appoint an envoy. So a lot of it is similar, but it is uniquely Australian in that I am an independent advisor. I'm not part of government. Many other envoys are actually part of the government. Even in the US, where the envoy is the most independent, there are an ambassador, which in one sense is part of the government, even though they are senior. But my position is as an advisor, independent advisor to the Prime Minister and to the Minister for Home Affairs, who was at the time also the Minister for Multicultural Affairs. So now I'm an advisor, in fact, to the Prime Minister and the Minister for Home Affairs and the Minister for Multicultural Affairs to inform policy development and legislation and programs to combat anti-Semitism, which can span online social media, traditional media, education, arts, culture, and industry, and to promote awareness of anti-Semitism, of its impacts, and how to counter it, to engage stakeholders across public and private sector, to also coordinate with the states and become a focal point for that information, for so much of our industry and education and health areas involve both state and federal. And to look at hate speech, discrimination, language through both advice in relation to the legal side of it as well as education, and strengthen broad social cohesion.
In a section of your statement, you do describe the process of creation of the position, and in particular, the way in which it is intended to be, I think, complementary with other established advocacy and community organisations. Is that right?
Absolutely. So the community, and I'm sure you've probably got a picture of the community already, given the evidence that you've already heard, but there are a lot of important players in the community, organisations. There's the roof body, the ECAJ, then there are state bodies, Board of Deputies in New South Wales and JCCV in Victoria, and similarly in every other state. There's the Zionist Federation as another roof body and their bodies. There's AJAC, there's the National Council, and there are many other organisations. So the idea of the envoy was to not replace any of them and not replace their right to speak up or, in fact, to communicate, but to try and coordinate and try to have a singular voice of advice to government, to hear from them, to consult with them, and to try and synthesize what they were saying and put it together with what was happening overseas. Because by being an envoy, I had an entree into the international group of envoys. And there are about 35 or so around the world. We meet fairly regularly. And in fact, in between in-person meetings, we meet online, which is a forum that I host. They've asked me to host it. And we talk about what every country is doing, what are the common strategies, the common experiences, and I can bring that together with then the advice from the community as a whole. And not only those bodies, but I have made it my business, and obviously as part of the work, to speak to gatherings of community, which I'm happy to go into when appropriate. But that was one of the reasons for creating the Envoy, as you say. And one other was that the US envoy, who was Deborah Lipstadt at the time, was very keen to have all envoys around the world sign, all countries through their envoys sign the global guidelines that she had drafted to counter anti-Semitism, which was a framework for all countries. And these were to be signed in July 2024 in Buenos Aires. And she was very keen that the US was keen that Australia be part of that. And one of the requirements of that is that there be an envoy.
And you've attached that to your statement, I think.
The global guidelines, yes. And the global guidelines are a very important document because they set out a framework for countering anti-Semitism, and they informed the development of my plan.
Thank you. Having been in your role for almost 2 years now as a close observer of Australian political and cultural affairs, obviously you're in a very good position to provide an assessment of anti-Semitism in modern Australia. You provide in your statement over a number of pages a broad overview of anti-Semitism in Australia today as you see it. If someone listening to this evidence were to ask you to summarise the 3 or 4 key assessments that you've made over the last 2 years in your role about anti-Semitism in Australia, what would you tell them?
Well, that is the very essence, isn't it, of what we should focus on.
I certainly hope so.
I think it's a very important issue, and it's not completely without complexity. Because, as you would have heard, I'm sure others have stated, anti-Semitism is a virus. It's an illness that has morphed and mutated over time. And I know, I think I heard Peter Wertheim say this, we started off as being very much based on religion, on the deicide, Jews killing Christ. Then it morphed into race, which we saw in Nazi Germany. And now, of course, it is much more concerned with the state of Israel. But we have to remember, and I'm not avoiding your question, I'm definitely going to answer it, but we have to remember that in those different iterations or views of anti-Semitism, lots of tropes and ideas, false ideas and myths and images that were associated with anti-Semitism were created. Whether it was images of Jews controlling the world like an octopus, or images of them being animals that were reviled, et cetera, et cetera. So we have a lot of imagery associated with history. So when we look at anti-Semitism today, we have, as I see it, Islamist extremism on one side, including those inspired by or acting in sympathy with organisations like the Muslim Brotherhood. We have far-right, neo-Nazi, or white supremacist anti-Semitism, and they use the Nazi tropes and imagery. I think we have far left or issue-nominated, issue-motivated activist groups who, almost as articles of faith, consider Zionism as a justification for attacks on the Jewish community. And they all use old and fashioned tropes as well. So it's a bit confusing because they're using tropes from history, but they are reusing them in these 3 forms of anti-Semitism. But then I think we have a 4th form, and this is the form that I've been very focused on in my plan, and that is those who just conflate dissatisfaction with the legitimacy of the State of Israel or the actions of the government of the State of Israel with the Jewish people, and particularly we're focused on Jewish Australians, and for that conflation itself to be expressed as anti-Semitism. And I look at these 4 forms of anti-Semitism today very much informed by the director of ASIO, who in his recent assessment, he characterised the threat environment in Australia as very focused on anti-Semitism, of course, as the primary risk, but he uses that kind of thinking. I put it in my own words, but I see that as the framing. And it's the fourth form that I think is the fastest growing in Australia.
Can I just...
Please.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No,
but,
please.
It's the distinction that you're drawing between what you describe as far left issue-motivated anti-Zionism and that's the third form, and the fourth form, the conflation of sentiments that are hostile to Israel with Australian Jews.
Yes. So if I can explain it, I think there are four buckets that we should consider. There's the Jews of Australia and of the world. And then there are Israelis who live in Israel and who might live in Australia or elsewhere as well. And then there's the actual state of Israel, which was the Jewish state that was formed in 1948 with the permission and voting of the United Nations, and that existence of that state and the belief in that state is Zionism, the belief that that state should exist in part of the ancient land. And then there's the government of Israel, which is separate. And I think that there are a lot of people who disagree with the government of Israel and with its decisions and the way it's behaved, and they conflate that way back with the Jews.
Yes.
But there are also those in the third category who just don't believe in the state of Israel, and they blame the Jews for that.
I see. All right. Thank you.
But it's the fourth one, that conflation, that I think is the growing one, and is the one that has helped anti-Semitism or pushed anti-Semitism from the margins to be normalised to the centre. And it's a mask of really blaming the Jews, but they really focused on what the Israeli policy has been, or the way it's carried out the war in Gaza, etc. But they use the ancient tropes as well. So they're bringing some of that old-fashioned anti-Semitism, if I could put it that way, as well. And it's almost as if in that last category that those people who are doing the conflation don't understand always what they're doing. Some do and some don't. It's almost fashionable. So if someone that they follow online, an influencer, is of that view, they adopt that view. And so in one sense, it's the most pernicious because it just happens very easily. And in another sense, I think through my plan, it's the form of anti-Semitism that we can tackle, because I think it's subject to education. So sorry about the long answer, but I think it's quite a complex topic.
Not at all, Ms. Segal. You have referred in a part of your statement to the events of October 2023 being a fundamental turning point, as a number of witnesses who have given evidence to the Commission have indicated. That what you described as the fourth bucket or the fourth category of anti-Semitism, do you place that chronologically as coming to the fore after October 2023?
Yes, I think so. Although I don't think it was the only form of anti-Semitism. I think we saw all of the forms being demonstrated. I mean, if you look at what happened in relation to October 9, which was, I think, a critical turning point in the development of anti-Semitism in Australia. And it was a unique moment that was missed. If that had been dealt with differently, we might have had a different trajectory. But we saw a group of, we saw joy at in some places at the outbreak of what we saw at October 7. And then we saw this demonstration moving from the town hall to the Opera House on October 9, on what should have been a day of solidarity with the Jewish people because of the horrors and what had happened, when indeed it was agreed by the government of New South Wales that the sails of the Opera House would be lit up. And that was a very, I've been on the trust of the Opera House, and it was a very rare occasion. very rare that something like that would happen. And yet that was to be the case because major buildings around the world were going to be lit up, the Eiffel Tower and the Brandenburg Gate, etc. So we were standing with the world in condemning what Hamas did. And yet there was this demonstration that was escorted by police onto the forecourt of the Opera House and then surrounded by police to allow them to demonstrate and burn flags and issue chant epithets, F the Jews. Then there was a dispute whether it was gas the Jews or where are the Jews. I mean, where are the Jews? What were they going to do with the Jews when they found the Jews? You know, was not a comfortable thing to hear. And yet the Jewish community of Sydney were told to stay away for their own safety. And I personally received a phone call that evening to say, don't go to the Opera House. Because I was at that time president of the ECAJ. And I was told not to go there for my own protection and that the police were protecting the demonstrators who were shouting these terrible anti-Semitic things. And I think that was a moment where I thought that suddenly things were going to be, well, not suddenly, because we'd seen anti-Semitism simmer away, and you've heard a lot of that, and the statistics had shown an increase in the year before. But that was a turning point where the response of the authorities was such that it was not stopped, and the community was to now be on watch. Mm-hmm. So we did see. I mean, I don't know if there are a whole host of things that followed, an enormous number of incidents.
Yes, and your statement goes into some detail in that respect, and also draws a summary picture of the prevalence of anti-Semitism over the last few years. In particular, in paragraph 26, you record the surge in anti-Semitic incidents since October 2023.
Yes.
A number of Jewish community leaders who have given evidence to the Commission have acknowledged the legitimacy of non-violent public protest against the political or military action of the Israeli government, but the illegitimacy of calls for destruction of the State of Israel or other anti-Semitic protest activity. What is your perspective on that question?
Well, as I've sort of tried to describe, I think the four buckets make that quite clear, that you can criticise the actions of the Israeli government in the way that you could criticise the actions of any government. And indeed, and I know you will come to it because it's attached to my statement, but the IRA definition of anti-Semitism makes that crystal clear. But when you then start criticising the existence of the state of Israel because of the actions, or you criticise the people of Israel, or you criticise the Jews, then I think you are stepping into different territory. And you only have to consider, if you were to talk about the US in similar terms, you might criticise the actions of the government, whether it's in a particular policy or in a particular stance in the war, but you are not criticising the existence of the country. You're not criticising the Americans who live there, and you're not criticising American visitors here in Australia. So I think that distinction is not that difficult, and it's the non-distinction that we are seeing, and that I think needs to be addressed. We need to address it as a country because we know that what starts with the Jewish community doesn't end with the Jewish community. It undermines our whole democracy. It undermines Australian values. We've got values of civility, of mateship, of equality, of fairness. And anti-Semitism as a hatred of a particular group goes against all those. And I think we need to absolutely combat it.
Do you consider it's incumbent on leaders in the Australian community, whether they be secular or Muslim or Jewish, to choose the language they use in public statements with enormous care so that there's as much clarity as possible in public discourse about what is being criticised and what is not being criticised?
Absolutely. Obviously, it's incumbent on leaders to be very careful. But I think there's a greater obligation on leaders. I think, the plan that I produced, the anti-Semitism plan, makes this very clear. We have to move the thinking and the culture of the country into the space of understanding these differences. And leaders have to do that. We have to do it using lots of methodologies, and the different forms of anti-Semitism that I've identified respond to different ways of dealing with it. There's not one, unfortunately, there's not one silver, I won't use the word bullet, but one silver arrow. We have to do it together and in combination with a number of strategies. But leaders are incredibly important, and we've, I think, seen not enough leaders speak out. We need to see, obviously, political leaders because they lead the way in lots of policy. We need to see other religious leaders. We need to see business leaders speak up, sporting leaders, leaders, judicial leaders, leaders in all fields. And I have met with many leaders to put in place the plan. And I think that there has been a hesitation to speak up. Not sure about the impact it would have on them, their family, or their businesses, but also a hesitation that comes from perhaps not clearly understanding what is anti-Semitism and its impact on the Jewish community, which is why this commission is so important. But post December 14 last year, I think there's been a change. There's been a realization that what the Jewish community was experiencing and complaining about, that was, that they were seeing, what wasn't a collection of isolated incidents. It wasn't an exaggeration. It was very real and very dangerous for the country. And I've been contacted by many leaders since then, wanting to be more engaged, wanting to do more. For example, I have a group of business leaders who are engaging with me, etc., in ways that was not necessarily the case before. So I think there has been a realization that this is very dangerous for the country.
Commissioner, I note we're almost at 4 p.m. I anticipate about 20 to 25 more minutes of Ms. Segal's evidence. Is it convenient to sit on to finish that?
Yes, and I understood there might be another witness after that.
Yes.
I might amend my opening when I said the hours would be in the afternoon from 2 to 4. We might move it to 2 to 5.
It's certainly been honoured in the breach, the original indication. I'll proceed.
I'll do.
Ms. Segal, on the 10th of July last year, 2025, you launched the plan to combat anti-Semitism. You've provided a detailed description of the formation and publication of that plan in your written statement. Could I ask you just to address in summary terms, for those who are listening, the process you undertook in the preparation of that plan in terms of the consultations you undertook and so on?
Certainly. Well, a lot of meetings and consultations and thought obviously went into the plan. I had the opportunity to bring a lot of thought from other envoys into the plan. So the very first thing that I did as envoy, as I sort of indicated earlier, was shortly after my appointment, I was asked to attend a meeting in Buenos Aires where the global guidelines were launched and were signed. And that was my first opportunity to meet all the other envoys. And it was from then that I started to be in touch with them about current issues that they were facing and to look at their plans. And a plan to set out very numerous steps seemed to be the way every country was approaching the issue. Every plan differed according to the country. For example, the US plan ran to 200 pages because it was every part of the Constitution was dealt with, whereas we have our federation that had to be dealt with in terms of the states as well as the federal government. So I looked at other plans, particularly the plan in Germany, which is quite similar, and the European Commission plan. I consulted widely the Jewish community organizations. I consulted Jewish businesses and patrons who were suffering already from discrimination and from being review bombed, as they said, where people were putting on reviews online that were false and affecting their businesses. I spoke to Jewish artists, and you've heard some of that, who were suffering and had been doxxed and who couldn't find work. I spoke to representatives of attorneys general departments around the country in relation to law reform and security and enforcement. I spoke to police about what was happening. In education, I spoke to universities, every university chancellor and vice chancellor in the G08 and many others, what was happening there, because we'd had the encampments. What were they doing? I spoke to other forms of education, the Catholic education system and the independent education system, dependent schools, the National Student Ombudsman, in due course, actually after the plan was established.
You undertook some interfaith consultations.
I did. I spoke to rabbis. I spoke to Human Rights Commission. I spoke to the Faith Affairs Council, the Grand Mufti, and a number of sheikhs. I didn't speak to them about, well, what do you think of this plan? I spoke to them about what they thought about anti-Semitism and what we were doing about it. And that all fed into the plan. I also, in relation to universities and what was happening there, interviewed 65 university students and Jewish university students and staff about their experiences in the context of making a submission to the Senate inquiry, but that informed me in relation to universities. And I also commissioned some research, which I'm happy to talk about, from Forethought.
I was
all
about
of that,
to ask Ms.
all
Segal.
of that fed into the plan.
You commissioned Forethought to provide some research for you. Who or what is Forethought?
Well, Forethought is a research consultancy, and I went through a tender process. The Department of Home Affairs helps me in those kinds of processes. Went through a tender process. Forethought came up through that tender. They had done a similar survey a year or two earlier, 18 months earlier, and they were engaged to conduct both a quantitative and then a qualitative piece of research to help me understand what was the prevailing attitude in the general community about the Jewish community and about anti-Semitism. And to, obviously the Gaza situation was continuing, and to try and understand where they drew the line between political commentary and anti-Semitism. And I was assisted by a number of advisors and specialists in that regard, and Andrew Marcus, who's an emeritus professor at Monash University and a respected expert in researching Australian public opinion and had done a number of similar surveys, assisted me to understand, interpret the results.
I'm sorry to interrupt. You described that as including both online research but also in-person focus groups.
Yes, so the qualitative was then in-person focus groups. So as a result of the quantitative, it was apparent that there was a difference of opinion between those under 35 and those over 35. Those under 35 were much more hostile to the Jewish community. And we had also asked where everyone got their information. And those under 35 was mostly online. So the qualitative then were made up of groups of young people, university students and some school students, as to what they thought. There were a number of findings out of that, if I can just articulate 2 or 3 of them, because they reflected in the plan. The first was that most Australians, and this is at that time, things might have changed today, but at that time, and we're talking about the last quarter of 24 and then the first quarter of 25, most Australians were positive, had a positive attitude to the Jewish community. They saw them as hardworking and contributing, etc. Most Australians did not have a deep knowledge or perhaps even a deep interest in the Middle East and what was going on in the Middle East. And they saw it from the news, but they certainly had no deep knowledge about it. And the younger Australians under 35, though, had very different views, much less positive views about the Jewish community because of their information that they received from online. And there we had the different view of anti-Semitism, the conflation being much stronger, and the great influence of social media as opposed to other media.
You also describe as a contributor to the information base on which you prepared the plan, an interview process that you and your office undertook in relation to Jewish students at universities, including academics and staff at universities. And you refer to 65 interviews being carried out in 2024. I won't ask you to address that section in detail today. The Commission is going to have a future hearing block on universities, but could you identify the 2 or 3 key findings that came out of that interview process?
Sure. Well, the question that I was looking to respond to in relation to the Senate submission was whether there should have been a Royal Commission into universities, or a judicial commission, as they called it. And so I wanted to get some first-hand feedback on what was happening. And I don't pretend that my 65 interviews were, representative of all the students, et cetera, et cetera. It was just to hear it firsthand. And we put out a very small email calling for anyone who wanted to contact my office. And we were quite inundated with students who wanted to have a conversation, to talk about their terrible experiences. So about 80% of those articulated specific incidents, anti-Semitic incidents that had occurred to them, mostly in lectures and tutorials. So in front of others, initiated by their tutors and by the lecturers. And in fact, many had more than one. And of the university staff, at least 70% spoke of incidents where they had had anti-Semitic discourse experience in their workplace at the university. And in all cases of those whom I've spoken to, there was dissatisfaction with the way it had been dealt with. So the complaints process, any mediation process were unsatisfactory. Some had also then gone to the authorities and to police and had achieved something in that regard. But they generally felt there was no accountability taken by the universities. And they'd been racially vilified, and the students had found the encampments extremely confronting, intimidating, and triggering for many of them. They'd had to walk by them, what was yelled out, what was held up, and you've heard that about many of them came from families who at least had Holocaust survivors in the family, intergenerational trauma. This was very terrible for so many of the students. And many of them, one of the questions I asked, many of them, what was about foreign actors. Were they aware of, or did they suspect that there were any foreign actors involved in these encampments? And the majority of those I spoke to said there were. In their opinion, they were not students and they were not staff they were non-university personnel that they found. And that is one of the matters I raise in the plan, that foreign interference and foreign actors are of great concern. And of course, we saw that in relation to at least 2 of the incidents coming from the Iranian government, and our government calling that out and expelling the ambassador. But from what I heard and other things that have been discussed with me, I'm not sure that that is the end of the story. I think that there is other influence and other funding. The saddest thing, if I could just give you the last point, was that almost all of the students had been told for their own safety, to stay at home. So that was the methodology that the universities at the time had adopted. I think they were completely ill-prepared for what was happening, the encampments and the hatred. They didn't have appropriate policies in place. They didn't have appropriate legal advice as to actions that they could take. They didn't even have a definition of anti-Semitism. They didn't know what was happening. They suddenly saw this tornado or whatever of hatred and of students who were feeling unsafe, and they told them to stay at home, learn from home. And that, of course, was absolutely unacceptable.
In the plan itself, you describe it as a policy-oriented framework for government and the community, and you address a series of strategic focus areas of action over the course of 15 or 16 pages. That begins with the definition, the IRA definition that you referred to a few moments ago, but then you've made policy recommendations for law reform, for training and education, for security and law enforcement, online regulation, and so on. Is there any particular summary or description you wish to give of the plan, or it's there in detail for those who wish to use it? But how would you wish that to be deployed by government and the community?
Well, I think, let me tell you a few thoughts about the plan. It was obviously written with all those consultations that I had done and the input from overseas plans, and broader consultation with community. There were gatherings of communities. We had what was called an anti-Semitism collab, where the community came together to talk about it in different working groups, which I found very valuable. I had been to the ADL, which is the major Jewish organization in the United States. I've been to their anti-Semitism conference and met with university presidents there, with a range of experts on anti-Semitism, et cetera, et cetera. It was like a 3-day conference, and I had sort of absorbed everything that they had to say and what they were doing and what education work they were doing. And I came up with what I see as an interconnected series of recommendations. Each one doesn't stand alone. Each one is not the silver arrow. They all have to be dealt with together as a whole. And it was at a particular point in time. And it was always envisaged that the plan would be updated. And indeed, in January this year, the government approached me for some further input, and I've given them more guidance in relation to the plan, in relation to the obligations of each department, or what should be done by government, because this is a plan to government. But it does articulate work for the Envoy's office to do as well, but with support of government or with the opening of doors. But as you can see, it does say it needs to be updated, and it will be. But these interconnecting suggestions try to deal with the different forms of anti-Semitism that I articulated. So when you have the neo-Nazi anti-Semitism or the Islamist Nazi, where you've got symbols and hatreds, the legal framework and the legal boundaries need to be in place, and that's why it talks of the law. On the other hand, where you are dealing with a community that doesn't really know what's going on in the Middle East and is subject to what's happening, just information online. You need to have education. And it's got a very big foundation on education. And I've done a lot of work, which I'm sure we can discuss on another occasion, in education in schools. We've brought in UNESCO, education in universities, and it articulates a report card process, which is where the United States had been. I brought that idea from the United States. We need a lot.
Can I just interrupt again for a
Please.
minute? But on the report card, and I'm not accusing you of being a slouch, but I think you have handed an aspect of this to Professor Craven.
Yes.
And am I right in thinking he is at present embarked on that course of just evaluating the responses of the universities?
Yes.
And we expect that during the life of this commission, don't we?
Absolutely. He has indeed updated me, and I'm expecting a report from him. I don't know that it will be all the report cards,
yes,
but a report update next week.
Ah, thank you.
And I did that because I thought it was important for someone other than my office, an independent person, to receive the information. And I believe all the universities have sent in information. So we've had a lot of cooperation, but to assess them on the matters that came out of the Parliamentary Joint Committee as suggestions. Not on everything, but on key things, including a definition, dealing with complaints properly, having policies that deal with situations like encampments, and training. I think that some of the other areas deal with where I saw the areas of concentration of anti-Semitism or drivers. We have, I think, certain areas that are accelerators or drivers of anti-Semitism, universities being one, which is why it has an area in the plan. Online and digital governance being another, all this hatred coming online. And I've made a great deal of many recommendations to government in relation to that.
In that respect, I think in February this year, you delivered a paper to the Communications Minister in relation to online anti-Semitism.
I did. I delivered one in relation to a lived experience from the Jewish community on what they'd experienced of online hatred. And I've also delivered a series of recommendations, policy recommendations to the government. But the other areas, of course, the arts, and I know you've heard from some artists, but those artists who were doxxed and who haven't found work and who haven't been reabsorbed by their communities are still suffering greatly. And I've spoken to many of them, and it is a matter still to be further worked on by the government and by arts organisations. And migration and citizenship is another area to be focused on, as well as all of those are areas for regulatory focus or education or initiatives. But the plan also flips to the other side, which I don't think we should forget, and that is the vibrancy of Jewish life. Because you would have heard, I'm sure, about how the community has felt it's retreated. It hasn't been able to participate in the same way in the community. It has delivered so much in the past, whether it's artistic or scientific participation, and we need to re-energize that and re-establish that, because we won't see the knitting back of the fabric of what we want as an Australia where we can come together unless that also happens.
And more recently still, in April this year, last month, you published a handbook, Understanding Anti-Semitism in Australia.
Voice.
You have one right there?
One right here.
Signed copies for those who...
Anyone who wants.
What is that for, and how would you propose the handbook is to be used by people?
Well, I think the handbook is a very important document. We've taken a lot of time to produce it. And that's the reason why I sort of held it up so proudly, in that it has been a labour of love, particularly for one member of my team who's a human rights lawyer and who has a PhD in anti-Semitism. And she has spent a great deal of time talking to people, consulting right around the country, over 70 consultations with individuals and organisations about what do you see about anti-Semitism and how does IRA help you? Because I start from the position, and it's central to my plan, as you pointed out, or to the plan, that we need a definition of anti-Semitism. It's important. In order to combat it, we must define it. We must have a shared definition, and it is the government's definition. It adopted it, bipartisan, along with 47 other countries, 25 out of the 27 European countries, and thousands, or at least over 1,000 other entities. So we have all UK universities, many US universities, states in the United States and here, etc. And you need a definition so you can regulate the hatred where it needs to be, where you can teach. It's an education tool. Institutions need it, universities need it, leaders need it. So I think it's very important. And so we have tried to create a tool. We have a short version of it, which we call just a supplementary guide, which is this one, which is really just information. It's very short. It's a little summary of this, and this is the educational tool. We need to use this. It's academically rigorous, and what it has done is it's gone through all the examples that are given in the IRA definition, all the case studies, to explain them and to give Australian examples. So this is, we have copied the Canadians who did this a few years ago, and they said, please do one for Australia. So they, and IRA, of course, is an international organisation. It's not a Jewish organisation. It's an international organisation that all these countries, including Australia, are part of. And they want to see this better understood. And I think it helps with that conflation that we spoke of. It helps understand how to separate out acts that are perfectly acceptable criticisms of the actions of the Israeli government and acts that are not. And in its own terms, it says criticism of Israel is absolutely fine if you criticize it in the same way as you would criticize other countries. But where you delegitimize it, where you provide double standards, and where you hold the Jewish community responsible, that is not. And similarly, all the Nazi denials and dehumanizations in relation to Nazism, it similarly deals with. So it's a thoughtful definition, but for some people it's complicated. So we've tried to simplify it by explaining each of the examples. And very kindly, the National Council of Jewish Women conducted a survey around the same time as we were writing this and gave us access to some of the responses. And we've used them to test the Australian experience against the examples and have found that they fit very well. And we've quoted them in this paper.
Segal, thank you for your evidence today. The Commission is grateful you have agreed to give some further evidence in the future hearing block, in particular to address your work on educational and informational materials that your office is developing. But thanks for your attendance today.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, and we will see you again.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're excused for the moment.
Thank you. I think these were all your copies.
I will just explain, as I understand it, we do have a further witness who is a medical witness, and I would like to accommodate that witness, so we will be sitting late. Sometime, maybe even starting tomorrow, we might finish at 4 p.m.
Thank you, Commissioner. Our final witness for today is Dr Laurence Schneider.
Yes.
He's present in the hearing room.
Declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please
Yes,
say I do.
I do.
So can you please state your name?
It's Laurence Schneider.
And you've prepared a statement to the Royal Commission dated the 28th of April 2026.
Correct.
The contents of that statement remain true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
Correct.
Commissioner, I tender that statement. It is stat.899.0028.0001_R.
Yes. So that statement will be exhibit 1.77, I understand.
You work as a specialist medical doctor,
Yeah, correct.
and your family is Jewish, and you've said that your family is engaged in the local Jewish community. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you and your children attend synagogue,
Correct.
and they celebrated their bar mitzvahs, your sons, when they turned 13.
Correct, all in Australia.
And you emigrated to Australia and settled in Sydney from South Africa in the early 2000s. Is that correct?
1998 we arrived, yeah.
And you said that in your statement, in the months after the 7th of October 2003, you saw people increasingly emboldened to openly state hatred towards Jewish people. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
And you remarried a couple of years ago in the middle of 2024, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And your wedding took place in June of that year?
Yep.
And in the lead up to your wedding, the emboldening of anti-Semitism that you'd seen in those months prior, that was something that was at the back of your mind?
I think it was at the back of all of our minds. It was blatantly in front of us pretty much every week.
And you knew at that time that Jewish schools and synagogues had been increasing their security arrangements.
Correct, yes.
But it never occurred to you that you might organise security for your own wedding. Is that right?
It really didn't. Up until that time, I think we hadn't heard of any incident happening at a public Jewish gathering. And so it wasn't something we initially thought about. And in fact, we weren't even advised on that, So nothing had yet happened at that stage.
And your wedding was held at a restaurant and function venue on Sydney Harbour.
Correct, yes.
And it's not a Jewish communal building of sort,
Not
is it?
at all, not at all. It's a public venue.
It's a public venue. And the ceremony was held outdoors, just outside the restaurant portion of the venue.
Correct.
And the wedding was identifiable as a Jewish wedding because of the chuppah, the wedding canopy in the Jewish tradition. Is that right?
Yeah, that would have been really the main identifying feature, just a Jewish canopy, a chuppah, and I suppose the male guests wearing kippot head coverings.
There were no political symbols, flags or anything?
No, none at all. There really aren't at, I suppose, Jewish weddings. I suppose outside of Israel, we generally don't have those displays. They're not necessary.
It's a typical Sydney restaurant on the harbour.
Correct, yes.
And while your wife and you were exchanging your vows under that chuppah, can you tell me what happened?
We were under the chuppah, the two of us. The rabbi was directly in front of us. We were exchanging vows at the time, and two young women walking down the boat ramp, because this was on the harbour, so there was a boat ramp. They obviously recognised this as a Jewish function and started yelling "Free Palestine," and this carried on for a number of minutes, which obviously stopped the ceremony for that amount of time. They did it quite joyously. They kind of danced down the boat ramp shouting "Free Palestine." The ceremony stopped. The best man actually went down to speak to them, but I tried to get the ceremony going again. We didn't want to. This was something we had planned for a long time. I had a bride in front of me who I really didn't want to upset, and we tried to carry the ceremony on at that point.
So, around how long did that interruption carry on for, to the best of your recollection?
It would have been only about 2 minutes of disruption by the time he ran down. My best man really just ran down to encounter them and to stop them from calling out anymore.
And I think you indicated that at the time you did what you could to downplay that interruption.
I tried to get everything going again, and the rabbi actually, he got in on the act and said, he had the microphone and said, "This is a happy occasion, it's a joyous occasion, let's carry on with the occasion and ignore something that we don't need to be a part of."
And you've spoken in your witness statement about reflecting on those events and that interruption after the fact. How did you feel about it when you did that?
I think on the day we put it aside and we really didn't think about it more on the day. Subsequent to that is really where the thoughts more came up about that, and with the wider community being aware of what happened. Fortunately, it didn't affect the rest of the wedding, and we had a wonderful day. But subsequent to that, I think there's a lot of questions that are raised as to future Jewish events. The safety of Jewish events. Do we actually have Jewish events in public? Do we have to now have security at all of our Jewish events? And that's even a small side. It even raises further questions because these two women, they felt emboldened and secure in being able to disrupt a Jewish function. They felt secure enough that there wouldn't be a repercussion. And I think that's quite an indictment, because I wouldn't think that if I went to any other religious ceremony and I disrupted it, I would think there would be consequences. I would think there would be legal consequences and consequences of the guests doing something to me. But these two women didn't feel that. And I think they felt incredibly empowered because of the 9 months preceding that. For every single week, they had their friends and family and whoever they were with saying the same slogans and having no consequence. And then, until just recently, these demonstrations went on every week and there was no consequence. There was no consequence of saying these slogans. And I think we as a community know that when these slogans are said, whether it's Free Palestine, whether it's Globalize the Intifada, from the river to the sea, we don't see political statements. We see blatant anti-Semitic statements. We know that the people who are saying them have a different meaning. And I think these two women demonstrated it fairly clearly. They came to an event, a Jewish wedding, where there was absolutely no politics involved, and they felt the need to say a slogan which was clearly anti-Semitic. So I think we get a really clear definition that these women were chanting an anti-Semitic statement. They were not chanting any kind of political rhetoric.
And you've said in your witness statement that you accept that people are entitled to hold and express views about the Israeli government's actions and policies in relation to Palestine. But from your perspective, that expression took on a different complexion in the context of your Jewish wedding.
I think Segal in a testimony said, even with the definition of anti-Semitism, sure, we can absolutely criticize governments. I've got no problem with that. I don't think any of our community has a problem with criticizing governments. It's when that criticism takes on a much bolder form of message, and it's not just a political message. It's a deeply embedded anti-Semitic message. And, for the first time in my 27 very happy years of living in this country, I'm hearing around the community and around friends who are talking about leaving, and about escape plans. And we've never spoken about that. Why would you want to leave the life that we have here? But people are now talking about, Jews are talking about that. And the only place that they're talking about leaving is to the middle of a war zone. It's to go to Israel, because that's the only place that we're really going to feel safe.
Can I ask, if you were planning your wedding now or another celebration or Jewish simcha, would you think hard about holding it in a publicly visible place?
I wouldn't hold it in a public place at the moment. There are a number of very nice halls that we could have it in, and I would certainly choose that over a public place. And we'd probably have security at the door as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. You are excused, and the Commission will adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.